The space is empty. A group of trestle tables with tools and toolboxes scattered about the place. Parked behind it is an unmarked military truck with flat tires. On the back of the truck is a squat, squarish machine the size of a shipping container, with unshielded wiring and exposed pipework, and a long cable leading to a heavy-duty control panel on the floor. To the untrained eye, it is not at all clear what the machine is designed to do. It's the anti-memetic equivalent to a hydrogen bomb, the division's answer to an on-site nuclear warhead. Activated, it would contaminate Site-41 and everything and everyone on it with anti-memetic radiation. There would be no Site-41, and no division afterwards. Nothing any of the escaping infectious staff did could have any effect on the real world. It's the wrong machine. It can't destroy or contain SCP-3125, or even injure it. All it can do is sterilize today's outbreak. The other symptoms will persist. 50 or 10 or 5 years from now, or maybe 1 year, or maybe tomorrow, SCP-3125 will return, bringing with it its MK-class end-of-world scenario. Human civilization will be entirely eradicated as an abstract concept, and be replaced with something unimaginably worse. There will be no one to fight it. Marion leans there on the ray gun for a long moment. The pressure of information in her mind, continually increasing, reaches a point where she can't take it anymore, and she starts to break. The Class Z has been in her system for long enough now that she knows for a fact she has irreversible brain damage. There is no antidote. She'll be lucid for another hour, then spend the remaining 2 or 3 hours of her life vegetative. That's right, she thinks. It's almost a relief. This is good. This is right. She survived too long. She forgot what universe this was. For a while there, she thought maybe that this was the universe where they win sometimes. The agony in her head is like an ice axe now. She drops the ray gun with a clatter, sinks to her knees, lies down and waits for either death or a better idea. A being superficially resembling Paul Kim arrives at the outer airlock door. It examines the airlock uncomprehendingly for a few moments, then finds the keycard slot. It hunts methodically through Kim's pockets, then remembers the keycard around its neck. The airlock cycles once more, and not Kim goes through. Behind it, the freight elevator is returning to ground level a third time to fetch the rest. In the next room, the being which is not Paul Kim finds Marion, unconscious, with the ray gun dropped beside her. There is also a military truck which it disregards. Not Kim lets its keycards fall from its fingers and scoops up the ray gun. For a moment it contemplates the unconscious Marion, then examines the gun itself, remembering how it works. It turns back to face the airlock and fires, punching fat cylindrical holes in the white metal of the inner door until it's gone, then the outer door too, breaching the hermetic seal. A faint smile returns to Not Kim's face as SCP-3125 and its familiar, comforting signals flood into the bunker. A dozen more non-people are arriving by freight elevator, former Anti-Memetics Division bodies. "I've found her," Not Kim calls out to them. It drops the ray gun where it's standing, as if it simply forgot that it had been carrying anything, and pulls out its knife again. It holds the knife between two fingers, in a casual, offhand sort of way, as if it were a pencil or screwdriver. The infected non-people gather with Not Kim around Marion, looking down at her with alien expressions of disgust, or pity, or malice. Why isn't she opening up properly, someone asks. She can't meet them unless she wants the signals. Start with her eyes, says someone else. It'll make the rest of her easier to correct. Not Kim leans down to start work, then hesitates, its knife a few centimeters from Marion's eye. She's whispering something, so quietly that only it can hear her clearly. "None of this happened, Paul," she says. "You and I never existed. There is no Anti-Memetics Division." There's a sharp click as the bomb finishes its powering up sequence. Nobody in the room can hear this but Marion. Nobody in the room can perceive the bomb but Marion. All they can see is an empty truck. The world goes black. Despite the seeming finality of that chapter, this is not the ending to this story. It's little surprise that SCP-3125 is the chief villain of this tale, being certainly the grandest and most horrific of all the anti-memetic anomalies. It's a danger you can't face, can't even study without becoming aware of it, and as soon as you are, your mind is gone. Marion just saved the world temporarily by blasting the infected site with an anti-memetic bomb, wiping all trace of them and their knowledge of SCP-3125's existence from the planet. But that certainly doesn't kill the entity. We'll find out the ramifications of this in the next part. There is no Anti-Memetics Division. Part 3. The previous part of this series ended with quite a bang, not from a nuke, but from a massive anti-memetic bomb that wiped out an entire site from conventional perception. It was set off by the head of the Anti-Memetics Division, Marion Wheeler, after finding out about the existence of SCP-3125 and the danger it presents to all of human life. We were left on a massive cliffhanger as to what happened to both Marion and the world at large, but it might be a bit before the smoke clears. Let's take a look. Before we move on to more of the tale, we're given another SCP to read, 2256. SCP-2256 is a species of gigafauna which was endemic to the South Pacific Ocean around the islands of Polynesia, and was one of the very few recorded species known to have developed rudimentary perceptual/anti-memetic camouflage, rendering them nearly impossible for other sentient beings to perceive or remember. This adaptation is theorized to have arisen in order to elude predators. It was the largest species to have lived on Earth, and resembled spindly, vertically elongated giraffes or brachiosauruses, with adults of the species growing to over 1,000 meters in height. They weighed no more than 4 tons, with most of their mass being camouflaged by a very similar adaptation. With their broad, dish-shaped feet, they were able to walk directly on the surface of the ocean without sinking. They navigated the ocean alone or in groups of 2 to as many as 2,000 individuals. They were reluctant to approach land, especially inhabited islands, usually staying more than 30 kilometers offshore. Because of their height, they were visible on the horizon at this distance. Polynesian natives of the island of Maikiti used a substance called tucoca for recreational and religious purposes. As well as being a moderate psychedelic, this drug had mnestic properties, suppressing anti-memetic effects and making entities camouflaged in this way easier to see and remember. Thus, the Maiketians were, for hundreds of years, the only people able to see 2256. In their mythology, the creatures were wandering spirits whom the gods had charged with maintaining the horizon to ensure that the sky and the water never mixed. They were characterized as well-meaning and friendly, but unintelligent and often deficient in their duties, resulting in storms and typhoons. They were called Polo Ongakau, the ones who walk very slowly. In 1991, an internal biochemistry study revealed that tucoca bore a strong chemical resemblance to the Foundation's own Class W mnestic. A Foundation anthropologist was assigned to follow up on the Maiketian legend and became the first outsider to observe 2256. An observation post was quickly established on the island to study the creatures, with routine containment analysis determining that they were safe and required no special containment procedures, or even particular efforts towards secrecy. They did, however, prove immediately to be impossible to capture photographically. Photographic negatives of the species faded into transparency over the course of a few minutes. Similar decay also affected videotape, audio tape, celluloid film, digital and electronic scans, etc. The observation team soon returned most of their equipment to inventory and proceeded using pencils and paper. At the time, it was believed that such recordings would be effectively permanent. The creature's population declined slightly in 1992 and 1993, then dropped sharply from 1994 onwards. A combination of contributing factors were observed: illness, infertility, and an increased rate of stillbirths. In 2002, a field generator was developed which could penetrate and neutralize their anti-memetic camouflage, allowing for conventional photography. The first and only close-up photograph of one of the creatures instantly killed it. It was concluded that direct observation of 2256 is injurious to them. This adaptation is believed to have arisen as a means of detecting predators, just as their anti-memetic camouflage protected them from those same predators. Use of the field generator was immediately curtailed. It was subsequently hypothesized that the Foundation's ongoing passive observation of the species was intense enough to have harmful effects on them, and that was what was driving the species to extinction. Opinions differed sharply on the veracity of this hypothesis, over whether it should be tested, and over what could be done if it proved to be true. Several extreme options were proposed, including completely exterminating the species in order to preserve the data, and completely expunging the data to preserve them. No firm conclusions were made. In 2003, observation of the species was scaled back significantly, and the Foundation shifted focus from gathering data to analyzing existing data. However, the population continued to decline, and the last individual died near Tokelau on October 30th, 2006. In 2010, it was discovered that the anti-memetic camouflage decay was spreading through paper records of the species. Now, more than 60% of paper documents are decaying, even with a strong mnestic dose. The effect is even spreading into the SCP entry itself, despite shielding and redundancy in the system. Since the species is extinct, no new data about it can be generated, and it's estimated that full contamination will occur within 3 to 8 years. With that, we can continue our story. Chapter 6, SCP-3125. Yes, it's another SCP file, but this one we're a bit more familiar with now. I'll skip over what we know, that 3125 is a massive meme complex originating outside of our reality and now partially intersecting with it, and that it attacks and kills anyone who becomes aware of it. It's noted that 3125 could be effectively neutralized using a machine proposed by the late Dr. Bartholomew Hughes, called an irreality amplifier. However, as well as requiring tremendous material resources, this machine could not be constructed without its builders understanding why it was being built, which would require an understanding of SCP-3125, which would prove fatal to the project. What we're really interested in is the article's addendums, the first of which states that data indicates the existence of a second containment unit at Site-41, which is also isolated from SCP-3125. This second unit, S041B30000, was built 210 meters below ground level, featuring identical broad-spectrum informational cladding, but has more than 1,000 times the volume of Cognitohazard Containment Unit 3125. Addendum 2 reads, and the rest, hopefully, is blindingly obvious. S041B30000 was originally constructed to house a long-term project to construct Hughes' irreality amplifier. While that's been going on, the rest of us have been fighting an unconscious war in order to buy time. We have been losing, but losing as slowly as humanly possible. The time we have bought is now up. It's an extremely bad sign that nobody inside S041B30000 has broken the seal yet, but there is no ground left for us to seed, and there are no more bodies to throw into SCP-3125's maw to slow it down. It is here, ready or not. I'm going to go to S041B30000 and use the machine. I think I can get the information out through the airlock. I think I can get to the vault alive. This was the plan. It's become garbled in the retelling because of variables, but I know that this was my plan, because I know myself. What else could it have been? Standard procedures that I have to tell you what to do next if this doesn't work. That's the Asynchronous Research Covenant. But I don't have a good picture of who you can even be, reading this and alive. In your scenario, there is no machine. Hughes is missing. I'm dead. The site is ruined. And how'd you even get in here? Can you be Foundation? Are you conscious? Is there a single word of this which you comprehend? You live in a world bathed with SCP-3125. That's the loss condition. I can't help someone who doesn't exist. Marion Wheeler, Chief of Anti-Memetics, November 30th, 2015. Addendum 3 reads, I found your body, and finding your body was a powerfully disorienting sensation for me, I don't mind admitting. I used to know a Marion. During the brief period in which I knew her, she wasn't one to admit defeat as easily as you. Still, that was a long time ago. Far be it from me to tell you your business, but I fear you missed a trick. From the evidence I can see, this was never the only Anti-Memetics Division site. There were others. I imagine they're now all effectively invisible to most passers-by, of course, just like this one. But I presume that they, just like this one, still physically exist. Your plan, I think, was in place for longer than you know. And since you weren't at liberty to retain its details, you put it into action more than once. There is another vault fitting the description. truck-sized amnestic airlock and all. S-167-001-6183. Site-167 is a non-entity, of course, which is most likely why you missed it. It's likely ruined, and it's quite definitely a long goddamned way from here on foot. But still, I think it's better than half a chance. I could die on this boondoggle too, naturally, as the world has become something of a horror show of late. In any case, I trust that anybody following in my footsteps and reading these additional words will have the presence of mind to pursue the same basic strategy. Still existing, despite everything. Adam Wheeler, Interloper, May 4th, 2017. Chapter 7. Where have you been all my life? Who the hell infiltrates a senior Foundation official's home while they're home? Marion Wheeler lives deep in coniferous forest, a long drive from the nearest major city, and a long drive in the opposite direction from Site 41. It's late, last thing, and she's reading in bed when she hears the muffled, unmistakable click of her front door being unlocked. She looks up and stares blankly at the wall for a second while listening to soft footsteps moving into the hallway. She marks her place and reaches for her Foundation-issued phone. She has no permanent security staff at home. The division is understaffed, and trained operatives are in much more serious need on site, but the building and grounds have beefy electronic countermeasures. They, she discovers, have all been disabled, along with the sensors and cameras. She was not notified that this had happened. Whoever did it had a valid code. Who, though? The Foundation has enemies. True, the list of credible, motivated enemies is surprisingly short, and the list of groups stupid enough to try to kill or capture someone at her level is shorter. But it's far from empty, and it's not actually so hard a feat. Not too many people below O5 level are privileged to travel in motorcades. The real trick, the impossible trick, is to avoid unholy retaliation. But what if you really think you can? What if you've decided it's worth it? Marion triggers the silent alarm. She sets her phone back down on the nightstand and collects her gun. She rolls out of bed, tucks a few pillows in her place, moves silently to her bedroom door and stands beside it, listening and thinking. This door, her bedroom door, can't be opened silently. It creaks like hell, so if she goes through it, she'll have to be ready to draw attention. There's an attic, but access is out there on the landing, and again, can't be operated silently. There's no alternate route to ground level other than jumping from the window, and someone has to be covering it. Even if she landed in the bushes alive, she'd still have to break the perimeter with a sprained ankle. A better question than who is how many. She may already be straight up dead, simply due to numbers. If the attackers tread cautiously and try to flush her out, she figures she can home alone her way through perhaps 8 of them before running out of luck. If they rush the second floor and have armor, she might be overwhelmed by as few as 2, even with the staircase acting as a choke point. All of this, naturally, assumes that the attackers aren't anomalous. If they are, and they're not in the, say, 30% of anomalies which can be neutralized simply by shooting them in the center mass and head, she may be fundamentally helpless even after the response team shows up, which will be, at best, 10 minutes from now. A creaking. This damned house. Someone is coming up the stairs, making no effort to be quiet about it. A soft tread, though, as if they removed their shoes. Just one of them. That barely makes sense. With 5 seconds grace, Marion casts around the dark room for a second weapon. She knows there are knitting needles downstairs in the lounge, and knives, good ones, in the kitchen, but she can't get to them. It's too late. The door's opening. It seems like the man's trying to say something as he comes in, but he only gets as far as whoop, and it's done. He's flat on his face, cheek pressed into deep cream carpet, with Marion on his back, pinning both his wrists with her knees. She sights urgently back down the stairs for a second. There's no one there. She prods him in his other cheek with the muzzle of the gun. You speak, you die, she hisses. You try to move, you die. She glances at the windows, checks the stairs again, listens intently. There's no sound. There's nothing to be seen. The man is 50 and lanky. He wears an expensive dark suit, tailored to his build. He has angular features, thick, graying hair, and rimless spectacles, now quite possibly bent out of shape by their sudden impact with the floor. He wears discreet platinum jewelry, a wristwatch, cufflinks, and a ring. The two of them halt like that, a tableau. He makes no attempt to move, although he does look askance at Marion, as best he can given his dislodged glasses. She asks him where the others are, but he replies that it's just him. She asks who he is, and he says nothing for a moment, but his expression slowly, subtly drops. He says that it really happened, didn't it? He always wondered. She asks him again who he is, and he replies that there's a monster which follows her around and eats her memories. SCP-4987. She drip feeds it with inconsequential trivia so it doesn't go after anything important. She watches game shows. The book she was reading just now on her nightstand is a trivia book. Marion says nothing to confirm or deny this, although it is true. At feeding time, the entity manifests like a bright gold-white spot in the corner of her eye. It's gone now. She's already put the rest of it together. It is all mind-bogglingly, insultingly obvious. With a well-suppressed but still detectable note of dismay, she asks him what his name is. Adam Wheeler, he replies. Obviously, she has the man detained. She instructs her people to interrogate him, lightly, and to run deep background research on every word he utters, while for her part, she stands far back from the investigation to avoid contamination. She resists the urge to interfere, particularly to visit Adam and personally demand answers. She goes to her office, curls up on the couch there and tries to catch some sleep, but doesn't succeed in any real sense. 7 hours later, a foundationer knocks on her office door, bringing an inch-thick block of printouts and a paralyzingly strong cup of coffee. She takes the drink first, accepting it as a kind of authentication step before letting the man in. She moves back to the couch and sits hunched over the drink for warmth, inhaling its fumes. The man settles heavily into a chair opposite. He is a misleadingly stocky, perpetually unshaven individual, somewhere just shy of 40, and inarguably the most dangerous person on the site. He is the division's physical fitness and combat instructor, and the leader of their solitary mobile task force. His name is Alex Gauss. He says that they figured he should be the one to present their results, even though he didn't research one line of it, 'cause they get along, according to them. Personally, he doesn't see it. Marion stays focused on the coffee and asks who he is. Gauss opens the first page of the report, more for show than anything, then closes it again. He says that the man is her husband. Every word checks out. There is limitless physical evidence, and half the division knows him socially, including him. Gauss credits her diligence and adherence to protocol, but the bottom line is that SCP-4987 got hungry. Marion nods. This assessment matches her own, pieced together overnight from gut reactions and analysis of the plain facts. Where the hell else did her name come from? She wasn't born Wheeler, but she had to get independent verification. She asks him if this has happened before, but he says no. She then asks if it could happen again, and he shrugs. He says that she would know better than anyone. She replies that she would, and she does, and she can tell him this. She has SCP-4987 trained to follow her at her heel. She feeds it according to a strict regimen. It eats only the memories she says it's okay to eat. A rapidly progressive, universally fatal memory parasite made chronic and then domesticated. And now it suddenly breaks training? That adds up? Gauss cautiously replies that if she says that it doesn't add up, then it doesn't add up. But speaking from field experience, anything can happen twice. Marion has waited long enough and takes a long pull from the coffee. She stares into the coiling steam, as if trying to see the future. She asks him again who the man is, as at this point, he knows him better than she does. She asks him what he's like, and if Gauss likes him. Gauss grimaces extravagantly, as this is the great-great-grandmother of all loaded questions. Marion looks him in the eye and orders him to tell her his personal impression of Adam Wheeler. Gauss replies that he's a nice enough guy. She questions this, and Gauss clicks his tongue. He admits that he doesn't like him all that much. They're civil, but he'll always be a little bit too smug and a little bit too clever. He just grates, but he wouldn't throw someone in a cell for that. Marion asks if she likes him. Gauss begins to speak, but stops and looks away. Over time, a soft smile develops on his face, one which Marion doesn't recall ever seen before, not in a working relationship going back years. Yeah, he says. He's the one. Full name: Adam Bellamy Wheeler, born February 27, 1962, in Henge, Derbyshire, United Kingdom, to Rosemary Leah Wheeler, née Witz, and Jonathan Jack Philip Wheeler. No siblings. Early education: Henge Church of England Primary School, Matlock All Saints Secondary School. Demonstrated great musical acuity from an early age. By age 16, had begun to be recognized as one of the most gifted classical violinists of his generation. Attended the Royal College of... Marion skips 3 pages. After sustaining a minor injury while on tour, he encountered SCP-4051, which had infested a wing of the hospital where he received treatment. SCP-4051 was protected by an unusual form of anti-memetic camouflage, to which Wheeler, like an estimated 1 in 145,000 individuals worldwide, was and remains immune. His attempt to alert authorities to the infestation's presence was intercepted by a Foundation listening station. Operative Marion A. Hutchinson, 100A19331, then a field agent based in... Another page. Resistant to conventional memory erasure procedures. Hutchinson applied successfully for an exemption, arguing that even with his memories left intact, it would be impossible for Wheeler to share the details of SCP-4051. They subsequently became romantically involved. Marion sarcastically comments on the featureless gray sphere of a biographer and how hooked she is by it stating that they subsequently became romantically involved. The biography is contentless beyond this point. Adam Wheeler's life spent touring, playing, lecturing, and occasionally conducting, writing, and composing is documented in exhaustive, pointless detail. He withstands background checks and surveillance, and consistently demonstrates himself to represent zero risk of leak. He eventually receives the extremely low clearance level normally granted to long-term Foundation external partners of Foundationers. They get married. She takes his name, which she, reading, considers faintly unrealistic. Blah blah. There's nothing about his personality, nothing about their relationship, no content. She remembers acquiring SCP-4051. There was no one there. She remembers nothing. Up until the end of the third round of questioning, Adam Wheeler assumes good faith. He figures the repetition is a due diligence tick, a corporate procedural requirement. It's only when they start over from "What's your name?" with a brand new interviewer for the fourth time that he finally gets it. They don't like him, and they don't care what he thinks his name is. They're trying to grind him down until he can't think, until he's just dust particles they can sift through for data. He reacts badly to this realization. He asks for his wife, and asks for his wife, and they ignore him, and they ignore him, and she persistently fails to appear until it becomes a cold form of torture. The questions keep coming, and nothing stops them. Not answering truthfully, not answering, not lying, not rambling off on tangents. They don't stop until he begins falling asleep in the middle of his own sentences. He wakes up in a standard humanoid containment unit, a stackable one-bedroom apartment with holographic fake windows, impregnable walls, and extensive, discrete modifications for the security and monitoring of anomalous entities. This one is on the first basement level, but he can't tell that. The bright, quote, light, unquote, pouring in through the main living area window is authentic enough to tan. He wakes up on the couch with a start, feeling creaky and dehydrated. He realizes that he slept in his suit, and that his suit is creased. He hates that sensation of not looking his best, or at least presentable. That's going to gnaw away at him until he can find, at minimum, a razor and a change of shirt. What woke him was the heavy metallic clack of the door unlocking. He looks up, rubbing his eyes. It's his wife. He leaps up and rushes over to meet her. She stops him a few paces short with a gesture and a cold smile. And that hurts. It hurts more than anything. So it really happened. SCP-4987 has bitten out the part of Marion Wheeler which cared about him. She wasn't absent because of some unrelated K-class outbreak. She just chose to be elsewhere, indifferent. So he doesn't embrace her. He stands at a polite distance and asks how she's feeling and if she slept. She replies that she's fine, and he says that he can tell that she's had her coffee. He asks if she's eaten, and then says that he'll make her something. The unit has a rudimentary kitchen area. He goes through and starts exploring the cupboards. He remarks that there must be something edible around here, eggs and milk at least. He's ashamed to say he more or less fell asleep where he was standing when they put him in here, so he hasn't had a chance to scout. Or maybe they keep the place empty and the food arrives through a slot in the wall. Marion begins to call him Mr. Wheeler, but he shoots her a disappointed look, so she calls him Adam instead. She tells him to come and sit down, as he's right, there's nothing in any of those cupboards. He closes the cupboard and sits opposite her at the kitchen table. He suggests scrambled eggs on granary toast, with a lot of garlic in the eggs. That's what they both need right now, particularly her, because if he doesn't make something substantial for her, she ends up drinking those wretched wallpaper paste milkshakes 7 days a week, or she skips the meal entirely. Marion replies that they've been married for 17 years, but she doesn't remember him. Adam just says that that's fine, and he doubts that's going to be a serious problem. She's told him many times about her own people who've lost themselves in the work and had to bootstrap their own personalities a second time. She loves watching it. It's like watching butterflies emerge from chrysalids. The best of her people can turn that around in 10 weeks, so imagine how fast it's going to be for her. Marion replies, no, in a clinical, matter-of-fact tone. She's afraid it's not possible. She can't begin a new relationship right now, certainly not something as serious as a marriage. He has nominal clearance, so he knows what they do. She has responsibilities. she does not have time. Adam replies that this isn't new, it's pre-existing. But she says no. That relationship is ended now, and they are somewhere else. Adam stares at her for a long moment, thin-lipped and far from happy. He asks her what she remembers, and the question is so open-ended that Marion doesn't manage to respond verbally. She just spreads her hands slightly, the gesture saying, "What?" Adam says that she doesn't remember, and SCP-4987 also clearly ate the part of her which would care if she forgot him, and additionally the part of her which cares about brunch. What else has she forgotten would be a stupid question to ask, so instead he's asking her what's left. He wants her to tell him everything she can remember from 1995 to right now. It's still a farcical question at face value, and Marion's first instinct is to dismiss it as such, but she thinks again. She thinks, intending to genuinely try to answer the question, and she finds gaps. There's a dearth of specifics. It's like being asked to say something and immediately forgetting all words. She says that she remembers working and driving home, and then sleep, and then driving back to work. Big hostile buildings, drug regimens, containment procedures, endless piles of opaque numbers, personal fitness drills, running, calculating, never ever stopping calculating. She remembers with unfair clarity a large variety of extremely bad dreams. And other than that, nothing. A huge, deep, ragged-edged black pit. Adam asks if she remembers nothing good. When she comes home, on the night she makes it home, she's ready to fold up. It has never been an easy job, but these past few years have been the worst they've ever been, because she's coming to the conclusion of something gigantic. She has explained to him how it is that she can never tell him, really, what it is that she does, without the act of her telling him, killing him. And he couldn't stand that at first, and he still hates her job and thinks it's a monstrous farce, but he trusted her in that, and he stopped asking. But he can tell, from the rattle in her hands and the things she doesn't say, and the way she sleeps, that there's some kind of war going on back here, and she's losing people to it, and she's almost at the end, and she's going to win. So he scrambles her eggs, and he plays the violin for her, and between them they hack out about 3/10 of what they would consider normalcy. Not because she can't do this without him. She could take the whole universe by herself if she really had to, but she doesn't have to. It didn't happen instantly, but it happened pretty damn fast. They had music in common at first. Bach and Mendelssohn. They had tobacco in common and a mutual hatred of the X-Files. Then it was coffee and wine. And then after some time it became hiking and bird watching and Perseid meteors. They like Bruce Lee flicks. They watch Law and Order and Jeopardy, and they read stacks and stacks of books. No, in fairness, it's mainly him for the books. She doesn't have the long-term time to spare anymore. He pinches the bridge of his nose for a second. Any two people can find that much common ground. Just being in the same place for years doesn't count for anything. What do they have? They communicate, he says, better than anybody he's seen. They can be apart for 2 months while he's on tour or she's overseas and snap right back and pick up a conversation from the word they left off. They are connected. They're in the same headspace. She'll see it all. It'll happen again just as fast. She's just got to give it a chance. Marion is almost there. She sees the shape of what Adam is describing. It's distant and unclear, but if she concentrates, she might be able to bring it into focus. It worries her for nebulous reasons she can't completely articulate, but she can almost understand how there could be room for it. how it could lock into her life as it currently exists and still make sense. But Adam just said something crucial. He said a key word, which means the marriage counseling session is over and this is now a situation. Marion can't ignore it. She forces herself to drop the other thread and seize this one. What war? She asks. And now Adam really doesn't know what's happening. Good God, he says. The war, Marion. He doesn't know how else to describe it. What war? She asks again. How many people? Adam doesn't know. There are names. Names she stops mentioning, and then she ignores him when he brings them up again. He assumes there are reasons. He doesn't know the specifics, but how could he know? Why doesn't she know? Marion races through the reasoning. The existence of a war computes. It confirms long-term existing suspicions. It could have been going on for years without her realizing it. It makes sense to her that she could be fighting it, winning even, and not know, managing her own memories or losing them in skirmishes. This certainly won't be the first time she's uncovered it. It makes sense that Adam, naturally gifted with the mental equivalent of a thick layer of blubber, could stand on the edge of the conflict and dimly be able to perceive it. And the division, so understaffed. People are disappearing around her. She begins to ask a question, but stops dead in the middle of the thought, as if the thought itself was stolen out of her. She begins to ask again about them getting back together, but this time hard instinct seizes her around the midsection and bodily hauls her back from thinking a thought which it knows would kill her. She's Wile E. Coyote. She's already run off the edge of a precipice into clear air, and thinking that thought would be like looking down. She feels SCP-4987 moving around her, abstractly bound to her, a winking speck of glitter in her eye. She says that something's wrong. Adam scratches at his own eye and asks if she sees that. She asks in turn, how can he see that? Adam replies that he has a mild immunity to anti-memetic influence. He knows it's in his file, and he knows Marion has read the file, but apparently it needs to be said again. He can tell when something is fritzing with his memories. He can resist it, up to a point. So he was hoping to have a relaxed conversation over coffee and get around to this topic organically, but he's going to have to skip to the end. He has the impression that SCP-4987 is trying to kill him. No, Marion replies. That's not its behavior model. It doesn't sustain itself that way, by eating people. It eats memories, and it's never done this. Not to her, to him, or anybody. Not since the very early days. It's tame. It does exactly what she tells it to do, even when she's waiting, and she's bored, and she lets it eat her short term. It sits and waits to be told to eat. Adam asks what it's doing to them then. He's getting nervy and won't let go of his eye. He stands up and backs away. He would like it if they could figure this out quickly, as they don't have a way to put SCP-4987 down. There's a sound in Marion's mind, but not in her ear, like a distant chorus of baying dogs. She stands too, and moves after Adam into the middle of the containment unit. She says that it's trying to protect him. He asks how wiping her memory of him protects him, but she can't explain. And she can't explain why she can't explain, as she doesn't fully know herself. She says something redacted, and that he can't be here. He can't be in her life. He has to leave, or he's going to die. Adam replies that he's not leaving her. That's why they got married, in the end. It was scintillatingly obvious to both of them, very early on, that they were forever, but he wanted to get it on the public record. He stood up in front of everybody he respects, and he swore to them that he would protect her, forever. SCP-4987 is agitated. Marion feels it flitting around the room, incoherent, trying to tell her what it needs. She says with sudden, actinic clarity that she must have made an identical promise. Adam doubles over, blinded in both eyes now. Closing his eyes does nothing. Covering his eyes does nothing. The gold-white light is strobing for him, moving into violet. He panics. He asks her to help him as he can't see. He reaches out unsteadily for Marion's hand. She lets him take it and pulls her close. The light doesn't fade. He clings to her for a few moments, and she holds on to him until he realizes that SCP-4987 is completely within her control, and this is all intentional. He asks her if she's going to do this. This is the Foundation mandate. This is what her definition of protect amounts to. She's got no idea what she's about to do to herself. She doesn't even know him. She replies that she thinks she knows. He tells her that she will feel this for the rest of her life. Every day she'll wake up with a sick, cold feeling in her stomach where there used to be a real life, and she'll wonder why. Marion tells him that she's going to win this war. She'll beat the universe, and then she will come and find out why. Adam holds on to her for another long moment. He can hear the Bane now, too, and he can even barely perceive what it is, far off behind the hill, that SCP-4987 is frantic about. That distant dot, that fleeting second-hand glimpse of the shape of it, far off, is enough to terrify him. He has faith. He knows how fast Marion can put the jigsaw pieces back together, work against a universe which makes no sense to her, isolate the truth. He knows she can take the universe. But a sharp misgiving jabs him in the stomach, and he can't stop himself saying, "And what if you lose?" She kisses him. It's a stranger's kiss. There's nothing there Adam recognizes. He breaks off, unsettled. It's a whisper now. What if you lose? Marion exits the containment unit. She slams and deadlocks the door with a single movement. The heavy metallic crack makes the whole building shake. There are people outside. Gauss, Julie Still, and a few others, comparing notes. They look appalled. She tells them to fill in his backstory. He was never married. Relocate him to where she'll never find him, incinerate all the evidence, then report to her for surgical memory erasure. She'll do herself last. Gauss looks as if he has an objection. She stares him down. "My husband's dead," she says. Chapter 8. Fresh Hell. There's another conglomeration of severed fingers in the last room, coating the room's interior like the innards of an exploded elephant. Parts of the sprawl are feeling their way, like mold, into a medical cabinet, and the rest is splayed over a fetal shape on a medical gurney. The mass reacts sharply to the new light as Adam opens the door, rearing up and angling parts of itself toward him. Adam reels backwards and pulls the door just in time. There's a heavy, fleshy thump as the mass hits the door from the far side. The door holds. Adam trips on his own foot and slumps against the far wall. The shape on the gurney was a coiled-up human. Not a corpse, but a living human with one wide-open eye whose whole body was being slowly consumed and processed into more fingers. They were growing out of his throat. Adam didn't see this. He thinks he saw it, but he knows he couldn't have. And that's it. Adam casts around the corridor. Every other door he's tried is blocked or locked. The place is below ground, so no windows. No navigable ventilation. There are 2 more gunshots up at the far end of the corridor, ear splitting in the enclosed space and echoing for many seconds. Marion rounds the corner at a dead run, gun in hand, and reaches him quickly. She asks pointlessly if he found a way out. She can read his expression. He's found nothing good. This place is infested, he says. Every room, all the stairwells. It's absurd. At the far end of the corridor, the main mass heaves itself around the corner. From this distance, it looks like an ambulatory 8-ton pile of moldy mashed potato and fat wiggling maggots. There are toes in there, as well as fingers, and small teeth, and bits of bone. It has 20 bullet holes in it, and blood is flowing from all of them. But if it has vital organs, they must be elsewhere in the building, because none of the wounds have slowed it down or otherwise altered its slow, methodical homing behavior. It smells powerfully and creatively disgusting, like concentrated medical waste. It lurches forward in intermittent phases, coating the walls and floor with scarlet ooze as it moves. It'll be on them in about half a minute, squashing them against the end of the corridor and then pulling them into the mass to be remade. Adam quavers and says that he thinks they're done. He thanks Marion for trying. Marion, for her part, just stands there, gun lowered, watching the thing come. It moves slowly, like a steamroller. It fills the corridor almost to the ceiling. She has 2 bullets left, and she's considering where to spend them. Shooting the mass itself is like shooting pudding. She'd kill for a grenade. Even a fire axe would be something. She might not be able to stop the thing, but she could at least make herself known with a fire axe. She could make it feel some regret. Adam finds himself unable to stop talking and goes on, saying that there are worse fates, he guesses, than being digitized by that thing, but not all that many. Marion glances in his direction, apparently paying him direct attention for the first time since they met 60 crowded minutes ago. She says, "Riser cupboard," before pushing Adam aside. There's a white painted wall behind him. There's a lock on it and a long vertical seam. She spends a moment choosing the right part of the lock to shoot and shoots it out. Behind the tall, wide panel which opens is a shallow, dusty, metal-edged space like an elevator shaft with no elevator, allowing filthy pipes and cables to pass vertically between floors. She looks up. There's just enough room to admit a person. She asks Adam if he can climb, but without waiting for a response, she sheds her suit jacket, sticks a flashlight between her teeth, and hauls herself up into the darkness. After a brief moment of scuffling, there's another gunshot. The other riser cupboard door. Adam finally manages to shout that no, he can't climb. The mass is almost on him. He's transfixed by its motion, its all too familiar grasping behavior. Marion calls down that she figured, and a hand descends, a human one with the conventional number of fingers. She says that it's clear up there and tells him to come on. Adam keeps his own jacket on and buttoned. It's the only part of the situation over which he still has firm control. He has to jump to catch hold of Marion's hand, and just as he jumps, the main mass lunges for him, crossing the last few meters in a rush and catching hold of him by 1 foot. He sees himself die. His sweating hand immediately starts to slip out of Marion's. She braces her other arm and hauls him up 15 or 30 centimeters with an angry grunt, then releases his hand for a split second and reaches down like a flash to take firmer hold of his wrist. She keeps pulling. The mass closes around Adam's foot like aggressive, proactive quicksand. He yelps and kicks at it with his other foot until it finally pries his shoe loose. The mass retreats for a second, taking a crucial moment to realize that its prize is not living flesh. But by that time, Marion has hauled Adam up another half-meter, and Adam has started pushing himself upwards off the pipework with his feet. The mass lunges again, but falls short, and seems too unintelligent to climb after them. It sloshes around, probing its surroundings, perplexed by the shoe. Marion hauls him over the lip into the next corridor. He scrapes his ribs badly and arrives crawling, eyes watering. He doesn't die. He can still see himself dying. He stays on all fours for a significant amount of time, processing what just happened. He swears loudly. Marion is already standing, and apparently not even significantly exerted. She says that they need to get to the roof, as she might be able to get a signal out from there. Adam pants and asks if she's at the gym pretty often, training for fresh hell like this. She replies with a simple yeah, and Adam says that's great, because he plays the violin. It's not quite as physically demanding as careers go. When she said she was a county health inspector, that was an enormous lie, wasn't it? Marion ignores the question, out of habit, and waits impassively for the man to cool. Adam declares that this is asinine. This is brain damage. His skin crawls and grotesque visions flood through his brain. Eventually, he recovers his breath and gets to his feet. He stands lopsided, so he takes his other shoe off and throws it back down the riser for symmetry. Marion again says that they need to get to the roof. Adam blinks a long blink, then focuses on something around the corner, something on the wall which Marion can't see from where she's standing. He tells her to give him 1 second, and he goes to it. It's a red panel, and he pulls something down. He tells her that she was having no luck with the gun, so she should try this. It's a fire axe. He stepped on a rusty nail backstage after the show, and came to the emergency room for a tetanus injection. While waiting, he slowly realized that more than half of the people waiting with him were clutching partially or entirely severed fingers. Bandsaw accidents, hands caught in car doors, hands trapped in door hinges, hands crushed in machinery, every one of them unrelated. There was an epidemic of physical injury, which should have been impossible, and when he tried to bring it up with the medical staff, they didn't seem to understand what he was saying. And then he saw one of the fingers escape. He followed it as it wriggled away down a long corridor to a far corner of the hospital, to an ajar door which nobody in the hospital seemed to be able to perceive except for him, and into a different building where there were no people at all, just hundreds and hundreds of wriggling, exploring, slowly reproducing and lengthening fingers. He slammed the door and tried and failed to get someone, anyone, staff or patient, to see what he was seeing. He found a payphone and dialed for emergency services and ordered off the menu, asking for emergency industrial-scale pest control or hazardous containment or psychic support or something. And there was a long pause, and he was connected to what was either a very measured, dispassionate human or an impressively articulate robot operator. It told him to wait by the phone. An associate would be with him shortly. Marion Hutchinson arrived in person, slightly less than 15 minutes later. He showed her the door. They went a few paces inside, Marion crouching and aiming some kind of flashlight/scanner at the fingerworms. Behind them, something reached out and gently pushed the door closed with a click. They turned and saw what it was, and ran. Marion hacks her way through the last of the flesh-clogged stairwell. They're almost at the roof. This part of the distributed infestation doesn't seem to be mobile, although it is freakishly grabby. Adam stands 3 paces back from her, partly to avoid the backswing, but mostly so he doesn't have to watch. It's butchery, and it's grisly, and Marion barely seems perturbed by it. She slices methodically until there are waterfalls of gore coming down the stairs and soaking her shoes and his socks, and she does it with the manner of someone trimming a hedgerow. Adam is shivering and starting to crash. If he doesn't stay still right in the middle of the stairwell, the remaining fingers tug at his hair and sleeves. In another few minutes, it may finally dawn on him that this is really happening. This is crazy. This is nuts, he says to himself over and over. Marion asks him suddenly what that word was he used back there. He doesn't really respond, so she tells him not to tune out. When the mass was coming down the hall, she asks if he said digitized. Adam seems to change gear and wake up and says yes, but in the old sense of the word. Marion finishes his explanation. Digit meaning finger, so digitized meaning turned into fingers. She just got it. She's smiling, he can tell from the sound of her words. She says that that's great, as she continues to hack through the flesh. She then asks him what kind of violin music, and he asks what kind would she like. Yesterday's concert was Prokofiev's Violin Concerto No. 1, and a few other pieces, of course, but that was the main course for him. That was where he got his teeth in. Marion stops hacking and turns around. She actually looks him in the eye and says that that piece is a nightmare. Adam admits brightly that it's a challenge. Marion replies that she means that it's chaotic, it's unlistenable. Adam states that he can play anything she likes. Marion appears to spend a moment considering this possibility, before asking if he can play some Bach. Adam tells her to just get him to a violin. Marion thinks for a moment longer, before smiling, nodding, and going back to hacking. And they hit the roof, and Marion's radio finally works, and she calls everything in. She speaks in rapid keywords which Adam can't quite follow, although he can pick out his own name and hazmat and a repeated word which sounds to him like a brand of cassette tape. Memetics. It's very nearly dawn. This wing of the hospital is a few stories shorter than its main body, so rows of bright lit wards look down over the roof, while the roof looks out over two sprawling car parks and then greenery and roads and a faint, dull red where the sun is due to come up. Marion quickly ascertains that there's no fire escape from here. The intended fire exit from the roof is the stairwell up which they just came, so they'll have to wait for a helicopter. Or, more likely and less romantically, a long ladder. Backup is coming, she concludes. They have to come in from the next city over, so it could be a few hours. They'll have decontamination gear, antibiotics, blankets, tedious debriefing forms, but most importantly, coffee. Adam makes an inarticulate sound, the sound of one who could use the coffee, and after that, a drink. He remarks that he has another concert today, as he sits on the thick perimeter wall, rubs his eyes, rubs his sore feet, and begins to shut down. Marion tells him that he'll be there. The nasty part is over, and he did well for a civilian. She's seen far worse. He asks if she's seen worse than this, but Marion says nothing. He apologizes, opens his eyes again, and gestures at the mayhem from which they just escaped, the fire door and everything it leads to. It's all still down there. He asks again that she's seen worse than this, and she again says nothing. He asks what this is, and what happened here. At first, Marion doesn't answer this either. She walks away across the roof and spends an entire minute staring at the forthcoming sun. And then, surprising Adam and slightly surprising even herself, she walks back to him and explains that SCP-4051, which is the number they just assigned to this infestation, has an intrinsic property which makes it nearly impossible for sapient organisms to perceive it. It's a form of camouflage. It's not invisible. It's a mental blocking effect. Information about it goes nowhere. It gets suppressed. People walk past this building every day of the week. They don't see what's blocking the windows. They walk past that door and don't realize it's standing open. It could have been here for decades. The researchers will get the whole story eventually. Adam finds in this explanation something he halfway understands, and asks her if they're living Fnords. Editor's note. This is a reference to the Illuminatus trilogy of novels, in which fnords are words that children are taught to be unable to consciously see, and which instill a feeling of unease and confusion when read. The government uses them to create a perpetual low-level state of fear. This reference actually slows down Marion for a second, as she gets it. She read those books when she was younger, years ago, before joining the Foundation, but she's never made the connection between fnords and the work she does. For as long as she's been working there, she hasn't even thought about it. The irony is intense enough to burn. She says, yeah, and Adam remarks that she can see them. She says that she has specialist training, declining to mention her drug regimen. Adam then says that he can also see them. Marion explains that he seems to have a mild, natural immunity to memory clouding phenomena. It's rare, but it happens. At a hospital this busy, someone like him was bound to stumble into this place sooner or later. But the point is, this infestation, SCP-4051, is a snowflake. She doesn't mean that it's special and unique. She means that it's part of a blizzard. She works for an independent scientific research institution with a specialist focus on the containment of hazardous anomalous phenomena. They have an international mandate and formidable resources and unimaginable responsibilities. They watch the blizzard, and they guard the little fire. They're called the Foundation. Adam's full attention is on her now. He feels tense and exposed here, vulnerable to extraordinary natural forces from which by rights he should be fleeing. But he's also fascinated. Marion has a faintly ethereal attitude to her. It's as if she's not standing on the same planet as everybody else. He says that she's not FBI then. That was his other guess. Marion wrinkles her nose and replies that she hates that show. Adam mischievously says that he doesn't believe he mentioned a show. A nerve has been touched, though, and Marion shuffles irately. She says that they do everything wrong. They don't have enough people. They don't trust each other. They don't spend nearly enough time on paperwork. Paperwork saves lives. But most of all, she hates the will they or won't they. For 5 years. It's forced. It's farcical. She glares at Adam. It doesn't take that long to know. You will or you won't. And then you do. Adam reads her expression carefully and asks, "You do?" Marion smiles again and says, "Yeah, I think you do." A distant, rapid thudding noise slowly becomes apparent. Marion sees the source of the sound first and points, saying that backup's here. And it looks like they raided a helicopter after all. Our timelines are a little murky here, along with everything else, and it's still unclear on what happened to Marion after the anti-memetic bomb. Part of the tale shows how she completely forgot about her husband, Adam Wheeler, but this also seems to have occurred prior to the bomb going off. The addendum from 3125 suggests that Adam found her body, but I don't think we can rule anything out yet. Adam has a natural immunity to some anti-memetics, which honestly seems like quite the curse, but the two hit it off pretty quickly during a crisis situation. Despite being together for 17 years, Marion lost all memory of his existence, and what's more, she decided to excise him entirely from her life and from the Foundation, for his own good. She has a war to win, and not an easy one. We'll find out more in the next part. There is no anti-memetics division. Part 4. Last time in the story, we were properly introduced to Adam Wheeler, Marion's forgotten husband that she banished from her life and the Foundation's to keep him safe. The war that the Anti-Memetics Division is unknowingly involved in is growing hotter, and there are undoubtedly going to be more casualties. Let's take a look. Chapter 9. Ojai. Foundation agent George Barson is monolithic, nearly 2 meters tall and rectangular-shouldered, like a Bruce Timm cartoon. He is bald, bearded, and immaculately presented. His suit is tailored. There are few which will fit him off the rack. He arrives at the Green Place first thing after dawn, 6 o'clock. The address is isolated, an acre or two of ill-maintained scrubland off a spur of the main highway north out of Ojai. Barson is part of the Foundation's Anomalous Religious Expressions Division. They do cults. Green is not the name of the cult which Barson is here to confront, but a code name. Barson doesn't know the real name. At the briefing last night, it was explained that there are legitimate security reasons to use code names instead of true names here, but those reasons were not explained. Barson, no fool, took this to mean that there is some form of cognito hazard surrounding the true names, or a memory clouding phenomenon which makes them impossible to record. Or, and he's dealt with Foundation research staff for far too many years to not consider this, somebody just straight up forgot to record the real names and is trying to cover for themselves. If there's an SCP number, he hasn't been told it. The house is an ugly white sprawl, 1 story, wood construction, no 2 windows alike in design, decaying. There are piles of junk, lumber, rusted vehicle components, drums of filthy green water. Willow and sycamore trees are encroaching from 2.5 sides, drizzling leaves and seeds and miscellaneous biological gunk all over the roof, clogging the gutters. Through the windows, only closed curtains and blinds are visible. The front door is standing ajar. Barson proceeds inside, cautiously. The entrance opens almost directly onto a large lounge/diner/kitchen area. The room is darkened, light mostly spilling from the entrance door. Barson leaves it open, and feeling its way around the edges of the window coverings. The place is dirty and smells of mold. The still air is like an oven, and it's extremely quiet except for the faint, animated sound of someone talking away down the hall, words not entirely clear. Wasps, and yeah, it's going to be sharp inside. When you're made to move, that's tlo krul dilth you'll bleed from. Barson goes down the hall, passing a wall decoration which was once a mirror but has been completely painted over in black. After a brief search, during which he ascertains that the rest of the house is empty, he comes to the final room. The door is closed, but the focused rambling is coming from inside. At home, it's super easy. I'm going to give you something. An easy 2-part project for you to take away. And don't forget Alth Amth below. Part 1. Find someone weaker than you. Barson knocks, loudly, twice. The patter stops. Nothing else is heard. Barson opens the door. The room is dark, its window blocked with a thick curtain. There's a computer desk in the corner opposite the door, about as cluttered as a desk can realistically get, strewn with partially disassembled hardware, USB keys, chocolate wrappers, scraps of paper, ballpoint pens. There's a gaming mouse, unable to move for junk. There's a good quality video camera setup, a monitor, video feeds on the monitor, dust. There's a cheap skeletal swivel chair in front of the monitor, and a young man of about 20 slouched uncomfortably in the chair. He is skinny, with discolored, pale skin, which Barson thinks could be caused by malnutrition. He has what was at one point a stylish, fashionable haircut, but is now in some disrepair, and when he turns around, Barson sees that he has dark rings around his eyes. It looks as if he hasn't slept in a year. He reeks. The room is filled with that odor, almost thick enough to see. In the same way that the anomalous viral/religious phenomenon, the cult, gathering around and above this young man like an anvil cloud, is named Green, he himself is named Red. Barson greets him and says that they saw his streams. The youth pulls his headphones down and asks who the hell he is. Barson introduces himself, but he's cut off as Red launches out of his chair like a rabid greyhound from a cage. He comes fist first, losing the headphones. Barson shifts his weight slightly to his left, leaning away from the punch. He catches Red's arm and pulls it forward, violently, deflecting the attack's momentum and bringing the youth teeth first into the doorframe. Red stumbles back, crouching. He finds his footing swiftly. Froth is developing at the corners of his mouth, mixing with blood. Scrabbling around the junk on the floor, he puts his hand on a soldering iron. As Red comes forward again, Barson wastes a critical split second trying to trace the iron's cable to figure out whether it's plugged in and hot or not. It's not, but that's enough distraction that Red gets right up there, driving the iron up into Barson's gut with both hands. There's an electronic screech and a spark of orange light. The iron holes Barson's shirt, but skitters off his abdomen, opening a long tear. There's bare skin underneath. His shield is invisible, partly mythical, and protects his seemingly exposed head just as well as the rest of him. Barson takes Red in a headlock. Some haphazard kicking ensues, less well choreographed. Red has a demon's energy behind him, but Barson has, to be blunt, arrived prepared. In a few more moves, Red is disarmed, stunned, flat on his back, and good for nothing. Barson takes stock. The number of genuine fight-for-your-life fights he's been in is still in single digits. This one ranks about in the middle. 15 seconds of activity. Both of them made mistakes. A learning experience. Barson says that he'll dispense with the introductions then, and remarks that the live streaming vector was novel. They hadn't seen that before. Very effective compared to the generic self-help book and walled compound model. He gets 1 point for originality out of 10, but they predicted it decades back, and they had the containment procedures ready to go. They have people at the streaming services, and as they speak, they're locking him out of his account. They're using his own channels to distribute inoculation codes. Barson tries to tidy his shirt up, but it's not going to work. Since Red is the source, a simple inoculation code would glance off. Physical intervention is required. He reaches inside his jacket, where he has a perfectly serviceable gun, which he elected to leave where it is for this confrontation, and produces a device not unlike an ophthalmologist's scope. He kneels, lifts Red's right eyelid and aims the scope at it, projecting a brilliant white spot of light, which bathes the entire eye and causes it to lock open. Almost all of Red's musculature locks up as well, effectively pinning him to the floor. His teeth clench. Barson says that this man is innocent, and nobody can deserve what you've done to him. Release him, and leave this reality forever. Through gritted teeth, Red asks again who the hell he is. Barson pushes another button, changing the projected light pattern from a pure white disc into a complex spiral star design in red and blue. There's a crack, like ribs being forced apart, and the youth screams. It doesn't sound like Red. It's a full-body scream, anguished and hopeless, and as loud as he's physically able to make it. It comes up from his belly and goes on, flat out, until he runs out of breath and gasps, and does it again, arching his back and clawing at the floor. After the second full breath, he cools down to a sobbing wail. He begs Barson not to send him back, and Barson assures him that he won't. Red says that he can't see and asks who's there. Barson assures him that he'll get his sight back, and that his name's George. Red says that there's a pit, and it always gets worse. It doesn't stop. There's no bottom. He babbles incoherently for a moment, and then trails off. His eyes dance blindly. Barson tells him that he's in a really bad place right now. Something has gone wrong, and that thing, that horrific thing which went wrong, has found him and abducted him and replaced him. It's out here now, using his skin as a finger puppet, walking him around, making him talk, replicating. That nightmare he's having is being had by 100,000 people right now. That's the bad news. The good news is that they caught him, and he can still see the youth in there, and there's a good chance that they can get him out. Red questions him, saying a good chance, but Barson cuts him off and tells him to focus on the red and blue spiral. He still has the scope pointed into the youth's eye. Red replies that he can't see anything, but Barson explained that that's because he's not directly connected to this optic nerve anymore. His mind is locked inside something which is, though. He can't see the spiral, but somehow he knows what it looks like. He can sense its shape, like a pattern of heat on the back of your hand. Barson's voice is becoming slower, taking on a hypnotic rhythm. The spiral idea is going in, spreading and flourishing, occupying more space. The more he thinks about the spiral, the more he realizes that he can't think about anything but the spiral. Red seems to have nothing to say to this. His breathing stabilizes. Barson continues and says that his thoughts are slowed. The spiral fills him up, recursively, like ice crystals, until he can't move. His brain knows it's being poisoned. Even though he's blind, he feels a reflexive need to look away or block out what he's seen. A long enough exposure is fatal. There is a long, heavy pause, during which Barson does nothing but shine poisonous light into the young man's eye, while studying that brightly illuminated eye himself, tracking the progress of the ocular response, waiting for a particular tell. It's not a clear-cut thing. There's a small amount of guesswork. He waits until he's sure. Finally, he releases the button on the scope, shutting it off. The youth is now completely inert. Barson stands up, knees creaking. He relaxes, sighs, his shoulders untense a little. He puts the scope away. You can think of this as mimetic chemotherapy, he says, mostly to himself, to fill dead air. The young man can only hear pink fuzz now. The spiral symbol is an elementary cognito poison. A long exposure is fatal, but a just barely non-fatal exposure is recoverable. He will recover from this poison, and Red cannot. He will survive, and Red will die, because he is an intelligent, creative human being, and Red is... He reflects on his briefing, and what he knows of the green phenomenon, and the 100,000 people suffering and raving inside it right now. They're in all parts of the globe. He has seen some photographs of what takes place in homes occupied by Red's appalling messages. He's heard a strictly limited amount of highly redacted audio. Dispassionate people make better field decisions. That's the rule he was always taught. But remaining dispassionate is harder on some days than others. Red is a piece of shit, he finishes. Barson potters around the room for a little while, taking a closer look at some of the computer hardware. Nothing notable there, although he finds a stand for the soldering iron. There's also a narrow camp bed in the room, with a bedraggled sleeping bag. He clears the sleeping bag away and loads the youth onto the camp bed, in a recovery position. He pulls the curtain open. It's an obnoxiously sunny day, and the sun is aimed right in through that window. Finally, Barson picks up the swivel chair and settles into it on the far side of the room, where he can keep an eye on his patient. He pulls a Foundation-issued phone from his pocket, along with a horrendously tangled pair of cheap earbuds, which he begins to untangle. He relaxes into his monologue. It's not as if anybody is listening. The fact is, he didn't need to come here. There's more than one way to physically intervene when something like green comes around. The original plan when they found out about him was to use an orbital laser cannon on the top of his head. They can do that, from time to time. His house would be a circle of scorched timber, with him a burnt marshmallow at the middle of it. That's their latest methodology for dealing with virulent, single culpability memetic anomalies. They do it at arm's length, at the longest possible distance, unblinkingly and unfeelingly, and to hell with the details. It's brutal, impersonal, very expensive in orbital laser maintenance. They say to themselves that it's effective, and maybe it is. He's not at that level, so he doesn't get to see the statistics. But what he does know is that they can always do better. He looked at the file, and he looked at him, and he took a long shot. Honestly, he's a very small guy in the grand scheme, but he stood up in a pretty intense meeting with people who he doesn't really have the authority to say anything to, and he said to them that there's a completely innocent kid at the center of this. He doesn't deserve this. At minimum, they've got to make the gesture. A shadow passes across the room. Barson looks around briefly, but whatever it is has gone. He thinks nothing of it and continues. He also said that if it works, it'll save them a boatload of money. He thinks that part was the part which got their attention, but he got the thumbs up, so here he is. Trying to save his life the hard way instead of just atomizing it. It'll probably take all day, but don't worry, he has podcasts. He finishes untangling the earbuds and screws the first of them into his left ear. Red then says that his people must really hate him. Barson draws, late. Obviously nobody should be able to talk right now, but the real reason he draws late is that the comment lands. It should just pass him by, but there is a sharp, spiteful element of truth to it. Truthfully, nobody was a fan of the idea. Barson has been saying for a long time, with gradually increasing volume to gradually increasing senior Foundation overseers, that a chat beats a fight. He's been ignored over and over. Yesterday, when they finally said that he could try it, it was grudgingly. And so a momentary flicker of foul suspicion appears. Did they know? Did they really just kill him? They didn't. He knows, of course, they didn't. But it's too late. As he fumbles the gun out, Red has already sat up, grinning like a ventriloquist puppet, and turned his head to look right at Barson. They make eye contact, and this time Red's eyes are open all the way, allowing Barson to see straight through to what's on the other side. Green comprehension leaps out of the pit at Barson and grounds itself in the back of his skull. He recoils instinctively, breaking the connection and covering his eyes. He stumbles, falling backwards out of the chair and into the corner of the room. His orange crystalline shield fluctuates, panicking in its own way because of what just passed through it. Intermittently, it turns impermeable, cutting off Barson's frantic breathing. Then it snaps off and dies. Barson doesn't have the training to fully comprehend the idea complex he was just exposed to. He has a basic level of practical memetics training. He can administer the spiral treatment and a few others, and protect himself from certain attacks which would knock a generic human over like a domino. But he's an entry-level practitioner, not a specialist, not a scientist. The sheer scope of Green is beyond his ability to comprehend. He feels like one of the men Louis Slotin irradiated, a demon core criticality witness. He knows he's dead. The only question is how long it's going to take. Red swings his legs off the bed and stands, keeping his grin fixed on Barson. He remarks on the spinning red and blue light and asks how backwards he is. He seems to grow larger and to sink backwards into space, a hole where a human should be. Barson finds he can't make himself move out of the corner. It's like he's pinned. There's a creeping, static numbness in his hands. He understands his error now. He might as well have tried to poison the ocean. He sees the whole thing. Red's grotesque vision for the world, his slash its immense, vicious promise. The rot is everywhere. Those 100,000 infected are a foretaste. The spores are flourishing secretly in every aspect of reality. In people's lungs, in their minds, their words, in the soil, in the sky. Maggots and cancers and star signals. How can anyone think like that? How can anyone want that? There's no distinction between Red and whoever that original human was. There's no one to rescue. It was a damn ruse. It was voluntary. Barson manages to ask if Red made this happen. It didn't abduct him. He invited it. Hacked his own soul in half and offered the pieces up for no reason at all. He's latched himself onto the front of something unimaginable. He can't comprehend how badly this is going to end, as he's murdered himself. Red advances on him. Gun. Barson's mind is disintegrating, but it gets that one word out. Gun. It's on the floor between them, gleaming in the shaft of orange light pouring out of the window. Barson fights himself and wins, and lunges for it, only then finding that the creeping numbness in his extremities isn't just affecting his hands, it's affecting his own ability to perceive them. He doesn't know that it's a minor anti-mimetic clouding effect. All he knows is that there's a stump at the end of his arm. Both arms. The gun is inoperable. All he can do is push it around the floor. He shouts, miserably and helplessly. Red laughs and doesn't even bother to kick it away. Barson manages to say that the Foundation will stop him, speaking it like a mantra. Red cocks his head, as if he knows the word Foundation from somewhere. He asks if all of them are as weak as Barson. Comprehension goes both ways. Barson dimly understands what Red represents, which means Red, in turn, dimly understands what Barson represents. Red perceives the power structure which dispatched Barson into his hated burrow. Red perceives the shadows of the people at the student services, and the mobile task force Barson doesn't know about, skulking out at the property's perimeter, waiting for a go order which will never come. Red perceives the 4 or 5 brutal, impersonal suits seated at the top of the operation, webbing it together. One of them is toying absently with their laser-striped key stick, twirling it around the back of their thumb over and over, dropping it. That's as far through headspace as Red can search, because that's the limit of the people who know about it. Red. That's the hit list. A shadow blots the sun out again, the same one as before, for longer this time. Red looks out through the window, giving it a curt nod, and it departs. Barson slumps to one side, dead up to the shoulders now. Conscious that any of these words could be his last, he says that he thinks he's in control, but it's going to kill him too. They can get him out. He can help them contain him. Red crouches, still grinning, and tells Barson to look at him. Barson looks. He doesn't have a choice. It hurts. Red makes sure he's being heard loudly and clearly, and says, no. Barson whispers, Zayin 346, Samek Shin. Red blinks and says, what? Something bleeps, and Barson says, A star. A star. Red swears and begins looking around, suddenly genuinely alarmed. He lost track of Barson's phone. He finds it beneath the bed and snatches it up. There's a voice authentication interface, and authentication is nearly complete. He tells it to stop, cancel, undo, but nothing happens, as it's the wrong voice. He drops the phone and scrabbles for the gun. Barson says, Zelochi, Enora, fire. Red puts a bullet through the phone and a second through Barson's skull. He looks up at the ceiling, waiting, still alarmed, and he waits. But nothing else happens. Chapter 10. Immemorial. Marion Wheeler has just finished a scheduled inspection of SCP-8473 and is about to go for a cigarette. Someone is running up to meet her outside SCP-8473's containment unit. Marion recognizes her as Dr. Eli Moreno, a trainee field researcher who joined the Anti-Memetics Division only 6 months ago. She asks her if she can help her with something. Moreno interlocks her fingers nervously. She is a full head taller than Marion, and half her age, with scraggly hair and exceedingly thick glasses. She lacks experience, but she is very smart, and she's learning very fast. In another year, she'll be among the best people the division has, or has ever had, and Marion is looking forward to that. Marion loves nothing more than competent people. Still, as the pause lengthens, that day of competence seems to be in the future. Marion remarks that she normally expects her people to get to the point a little quicker than this. Moreno blurts out that there's a stone in the forest behind the site. It's monumental, like a skyscraper, and it blots out the sun. She asks Marion if she knows what she's talking about, which Marion does. Moreno says that she's never seen it before, and she doesn't understand how it's possible that she never saw it. It casts a shadow across the whole site. She asks if it was always there, which it was, and she sees it because she took her first routine dose of Ops-grade Nestix this morning. Moreno seems alarmed, asking if that's how it works. Something that big can just be right there and they don't see it. Marion says, yeah, and checks her watch, mentally moving some scheduled commitments around. Extend this smoke break to the rest of the afternoon. Leave the scheduled inspection of SCP-3125 where it is. Review promotion cases after the gym instead of before. Evening meal, at this rate, never. Moreno, suffocating under the weight of follow-up questions, finally asks what it is. Marion gestures to her left, down the corridor, indicating that she is about to walk and that Moreno should follow her. She says that she'll show her. In the database, it's SCP-9429. Moreno hasn't read the entry. She doesn't have access. The stone is a single, unbroken 91 by 91 by 147 meter vertical cuboid of ancient, weathered, dark basalt. It sits at a very slight angle, leaning fractionally to the north. Its regular angles clearly mark it as a carved object, a human-made artifact. It rises out of the forest to the east of Site-41 and dominates, not to say obliterates, the views in that direction from the windows of the site's main block. It is, by volume, massively bigger than the site itself, even including its underground extension. It looms. It's absolutely unmissable. The idea that anyone could fail to notice it for any period of time is, Marion has to admit, more than a little unnerving. Marion leads Moreno up the short forest track to the stone's perimeter, and then right, following its perimeter, in its shadow. It's a wet day, and rain is dripping from the very top edge of the cube, as well as from the conifers which grow right up beside it. The rain makes a constant white hiss, deadening other sounds. She explains that there's a weak anti-memetic clouding effect surrounding it. To most people, it's effectively invisible. Moreno has been up to the top of some of these other hills, she's sure. She should have seen it clearly from up there as well, but she looked straight past it. That's normal. There's a related effect which removes people's memories after they've visited the stone. That effect is much stronger, and it'll cut right through both of their Nestic drug regimens. Moreno asks if they'll forget all about this then. Marion holds up a battered little notebook and a cheap blue ballpoint. Moreno understands. She's carrying a notebook and pen as well. Information suppression is a complicated spectrum. Sometimes a written note is the only thing which will make it out of the zone which suppresses memory, electronic data, radio signals, and even audible sound. Alongside the mandatory Foundation-issued grip foam. Many Antimemetics Division operatives habitually carry some combination of an instant camera, a mechanical tape-driven dictaphone, a notebook, a walkie-talkie. Not that Moreno is expected to need anything today. Marion continues and says that of course one side effect of the clouding is that she doesn't exactly remember the way. She guesses they could set up signposts, but somehow it never gets done. Not because of anti-memetic effects, just plain laziness. They come to a passage inside of the stone. In fact, it is not a passage, but a tremendously deep groove cut all the way from the top of the cube to its base. A slot with a thin line of overcast sky visible overhead, and steps leading up. Marion begins to climb, and Moreno follows. They climb in silence for some minutes. Moreno stops a few times to write down a note or two, hunching over to shield her notebook from the drizzle. Then she hurries to catch up with Marion, who maintains a steady, indifferent pace. Sometime after Moreno has lost count of the step groove makes a 90-degree turn to the left and continues to ascend. Marion stops above Moreno and turns to quiz her, asking her what she has so far. Moreno asks what this place is, but Marion replies that she should tell her. Moreno hesitates for a moment, uncertain where this is going. She checks her notes. She says that geologically speaking, this stone is an alien. At first she thought there had been a mountain on the spot which was excavated into the shape by human hands, but the rock itself is wrong. It's different from the mountains and hills near here. You'd have to travel at least 500 kilometers to find basalt like this, which means it must have been excavated elsewhere, maybe carved there and moved here. Marion says nothing, but her demeanor seems to indicate that Moreno is on the right track. She continues, saying that is impossible. This is a single stone. Judging from its dimensions and density, it must mass north of 3 million tons. That's after carving, and that can't be done. Human civilization cannot move objects of this size, not in a single piece. The technology doesn't exist. Marion says that that's correct, and Moreno just asks how it got here then. Marion replies that that's a good question. Moreno waits. She doesn't have the answer to the question, so she waits for Marion to supply it. But she doesn't. She instead asks what else. Moreno says that it's been engraved using tools, indicating the walls of the stepped passage. And she noticed the exterior walls are the same. There's a lot of weathering, but here and there between the biological crud, there's this very clear, regular pattern. Tiny vertical rectangles, like a block cursor on an old computer terminal. Or a tombstone in typography, Marion suggests. Moreno blinks and agrees. It's a uniform pattern, very detailed work, which would require quite good tools even by modern standards. She thinks that the pattern is supposed to cover the entire exterior of the stone, and if that's the case, the blocks are so minuscule and the stone is so large that there must have originally been hundreds of millions of them. Marion agrees and asks if there's anything else. Moreno thinks for a minute. She stares up into the rain, reflecting on the atmosphere that the stone, or sculpture as she supposes it would be better described, projects. Loneliness, quiet, desolation, awe, intimidation, and some fear. Although with that intimidating, fearful atmosphere, there's no sensation of danger, no threat. We considered ourselves to be a powerful culture, she says aloud. Marion hears this, but asks no follow-up question. Apparently satisfied, she turns and continues climbing the steps, and Moreno follows. The passage makes several more turns, carving out an erratic, squared squiggle. Moreno takes no further notes. Her knees are about ready to explode by the time they reach the top. They emerge, blinking at the light, on a wet, wind-swept, slightly slanted plateau. There are more of the tiny tombstone indentations underfoot. The edges of the cube are some distance away, but they are not marked. The dark gray surface just ends at a straight line, not far out, and the horizon itself is below it, not visible. This gives Moreno some vertigo, particularly since the surface tilts towards one corner, and the engraved basalt underfoot is slick, wet, and getting wetter. There is a small cluster of Foundation scientific equipment up here, chunky weatherproof units stacked up under a canopy. There's a table with a rugged, beaten-up computer terminal switched off. Further away is a diesel generator. Marion ignores the equipment and paces away in a different direction, facing away from Moreno and out into the sky, playing with her cigarette lighter, although not actually lighting it. The lighter is actually a tiny propane burner intended for lighting stoves, given to her by her mother before she died. Marion no longer remembers this. Moreno waits for a while, arms folded for warmth, gradually getting wetter. She doesn't see cover under the canopy, because Marion has it. She senses that something is about to happen. Marion is normally quite poised and difficult to read, but she looks apprehensive, upset. Focused intently on the lighter flame, Marion seems to be unable to look her in the eye, as if she doesn't want to push through with the next part of whatever this is actually supposed to be. Orientation? Initiation? Hazing? What was that about getting to the point? It's a memorial, Moreno says. Marion snaps the lighter shut, pockets it, moderately impressed. Only moderately, though. She says that that's right. Of course, she practically told her that when she mentioned the tombstone. Moreno then asks, how many anti-memetic wars have there been? That gets her. She swears it says so much for slow burning reactions. She asks Moreno if someone told her or she read the entry, but Moreno looks at her shoes and says not really. She's never seen this place before, and she was just guessing. Marion says that she looks embarrassed. wars have there been? That gets her. She swears and says so much for slow-burning theatrics. She asks Moreno if someone told her, or she read the entry, but Moreno looks at her shoes and says not really. She's never seen this place before, and she was just guessing. Marion says that she looks embarrassed, that she hit the right answer 30 minutes before she was expecting her to. She thinks that she's shown Marion up, but Marion tells her to keep operating at that level. Don't slow up for her benefit, or for anyone's. It's important. Moreno asks if she'll tell her why they're here, for what she hopes will be the final time. In another part of her mind, a fatal chain of calculations starts. Marion explains that the problem is that every single person in the world with reliable access to high-grade Nestic medication works for her, here, and the division is pitifully understaffed. There are 40 of them, including the two of them, and 40 pairs of eyes is not enough. They cannot look at enough of the world at once. There is an appallingly large percentage of the world which no human has ever properly looked at. This is unbearably limiting to all forms of anti-memetic research. Anti-memetic biology, paleontology, cosmology, archaeology, all barely exist. They are nowhere. Nevertheless, they have seen this culture's cities. One or two still exist, and pure dumb luck is how they found them. A division researcher takes a vacation, drives across Nevada while still on the dopes, and sees something on the horizon. That sort of thing. The cities are physically ruined, and there are heavy anti-memetic effects shrouding them which make them nearly impossible to study, even for them. Large, simple things like this stone survived better, but even so. They think this stone was one of the last things they built before they died out. They were human, and were probably significantly more technologically advanced than we are. They existed tens of thousands of years ago, perhaps hundreds of thousands. They can't know for sure. It's difficult to determine what really happened to them because their entire cultural memeplex was lethally irradiated. Their core cultural concepts, the things they created and stood for and valued highly, can never be known or propagated again. They think an idea stole into their culture which they did not have adaptations to defend against. A complex of ideas. A memeplectic / Keter class end-of-world scenario. Marion pauses, letting the rain patter for a significant moment. Moreno asks if they all just forgot, all of them that survived the war and became modern humanity. They just looked away and walked away and moved on. Marion says yes, and Moreno staggers, vertigo swelling up and briefly getting the better of her. Hundreds of millions of people died and they just forgot. Is that what she wanted to show her? Does she want her to write that down? Marion says yes, write it down. It's the first thing she's learning today. Humans can forget anything. It's okay to forget some things, because we are mortal and finite, but some things they have to remember. It's important that they remember. Write to herself something which will make her remember. Moreno nods. It's raining too heavily, so she retreats under the canopy and uses the table. Even so, a few raindrops spatter her notes. She writes intently and rapidly for some time. What she writes is rushed and unrefined, with large parts crossed out. She wonders how she'll react when she reads it for the first time. After a while, Marion joins her under the canopy. Moreno, staring at her notes, asks her, as if she doesn't already know the answer, what the second thing is. Marion says that it's possible that their culture had an equivalent to the Foundation. It may even have had an anti-memetics division. If they did, their Foundation and their anti-memetics division failed them. It's a big reality, and a big foundation. There's a lot of Keters, and a lot of Keter-class scenarios. So maybe the end of the world will be some other division's problems. And yes, a big part of the job they hired her for is basic research. Lab work, as safe as it gets. And yes, it's been thousands of years, and it may be thousands of years more. But maybe it won't. And maybe it will be their problem. To answer her original question, there has been one anti-memetics war that they know of, potentially others that they don't know of. And there is undoubtedly one to come. Moreno says nothing. She looks dismayed, broken. She's right to be, and Marion is familiar with the reaction. This is indeed part of every new Anti-Memetics Division operative's orientation. The magnitude of responsibility can be hard to handle. It should be. Marion welcomes her to the Anti-Memetics Division, and says that this is her first day. Moreno writes for some time longer, while Marion waits, silently. The rain doesn't let up. Moreno eventually asks what the idea was. Marion explains that it was SCP-9429-A. They isolated the memeplex itself in the 70s, and they have it on a slab in a Vegas room, basement level 2. It's mostly harmless now. It's so culturally alien to modern humans as to be nearly incoherent. She says to think of Egyptian hieroglyphs, which Moreno says she can read. She asks if Marion is saying it couldn't come back, but Marion says that in that form, it's highly unlikely. Moreno then points at something far away in the sky, and Marion looks, but doesn't see anything but overcast sky and rain. She asks what Moreno sees, as under heavy nestic doses, some people say they see ghosts here. They even have some supposed interview logs, but personally she thinks their veracity is dubious. Moreno replies that it doesn't look like a ghost. It looks like an anorexic kaiju, a pillar made of spiders. It's taller than this stone, at least twice as tall, and it's coming here. She asks if this is normal, but Marion says no, her mind already racing through the checklist. Moreno asks what it is, but Marion doesn't know. She asks if this is part of the hazing, but Marion says no, and she will never lie to her. An anti-memetically cloaked entity which looks as monstrous as Moreno is describing has an approximately 0% chance of being benign. They need support. Wheeler finds that her phone has no signal. Checking Moreno's is pointless, she already knows. The only way to get a message out of here is with a written note. A paper airplane thrown off the top into the woods. Moreno says that it's bending down, and she thinks it's looking at her. There isn't even a hole in the rain which Marion can perceive. Moreno says that its head is gigantic, 10 meters wide. It has graspers and arthropod legs all over it. Dozens of eyes, some of which are blinded. There's someone riding it. Marion tells her to describe the rider. Moreno describes him as being a Caucasian male, 20s, skinny, wearing jeans and trainers, with dirty brown hair in need of a haircut. He's been shot, and he's bleeding all over, but he doesn't seem to notice. In the liver, and again in the throat, but he's smiling. He says that no, that never happened. Marion spends a split second wondering whether the gunshot wounds are intentionally creepy detailing or whether the man is genuinely using some kind of advanced anti-memetic power to ignore a mortal wound. If so, how? And how he originally sustained it. More urgent questions are afoot, though. She asks Moreno if he sees her, to which Moreno says yes. She then asks if he can see Marion or hear her. Moreno is transfixed and starting to look genuinely frightened, and says that he wants to know who she's talking to. Marion tells her not to tell him. He doesn't get information about them. She pulls her walkie-talkie from her waist, sets it to broadcast an emergency beacon, turns and hurls it overarm as far as she possibly can, in the direction of the Site-41 main building. With luck, it'll land intact in the forest, outside the suppression zone cast by SCP-9429, summoning a mobile task force. She tells Moreno to ask him who he is. Moreno is standing very still, with her arms clamped rigidly at her side. She asks him and says that he says he's nearly finished. He says he's going to kill her. Marion replies, like hell, and says that they're running for it, back down the steps. If they can get to the perimeter of the stone, it'll flush their memories. Moreno says that she can't move, and Marion tries hauling on one of her arms, but she can't be moved. She yells for her to put one foot in front of the other, but Moreno just says that it's got a hold of her. She's goggle-eyed and starting to hyperventilate. Marion disengages and surveys the situation. She can't see or touch any grasping spider legs, or the monumental face which Moreno can't look away from, or the rider. But she believes Moreno that they're there. Real, for some value of real. She claps one hand to her side, but of course she isn't carrying her sidearm, because this is a safe SCP on a safe site. Not that it even makes a difference when this mythical rider is able to laugh off gunshot wounds. There aren't enough options in front of her. She very badly wants to swear and bites down hard on her tongue. Moreno screams, and Marion shouts at her not to look at it, but to look at her. Moreno says that she can't, and Marion tells her that she's stronger than this, but she disagrees. Marion says that she's the best they have, and she's not making that up. She's seen this thing when nobody else could. That makes her smarter and stronger. She can fight it. Moreno just says that it hates them so much. She can't think through it. She can't see. She begs. Marion circles behind her, plants one hand on her shoulder for stability, and punches her behind the ear. Moreno sags in place, then falls forward to her knees. Marion is just about able to catch her before her skull connects with the ground. But she didn't hit her hard enough, and she's unconscious only for a second. She struggles as she comes back, like waking from a nightmare into another nightmare. She clutches at Marion's hand. She can't scream, and her heart stops. Marion rolls her over and administers CPR, but without equipment there's very little chance of her restarting Moreno's heart. Nobody's coming. She didn't throw the walkie-talkie far enough. It's almost 15 minutes before she gives up. And then Marion is collapsed against the wall of the passage, on the next to last step, about to leave SCP-9429's field of influence, trying to figure out what in the hell she can possibly write to herself. What the hell was that thing? All Moreno did was think of it, and it killed her. She was as good as any of them, as capable as she was ever going to be, and she wasn't good enough. How do you fight an anti-memetic monster which only eats the best anti-memeticists? You could try to build some kind of counter-meme, but you'd need to be shielded while you worked on it. You'd need a hermetically sealed, self-sustaining lab as big as an arcology, like the ones Bart Hughes used to build, like the one under Site-41. God, how long have they been fighting this thing? There's a rustling behind her, and she turns to look. Far away up the steps is the rider Moreno described. A scrawny young man with a hostile frown and 2 steadily oozing gunshot wounds. His shoes are soaked in blood. He calls out her name and says that he owes her for the lake. Marion stands up. She doesn't know what lake he's talking about, but she says nothing. The rider gestures, and blue and brown and black spiders of all sizes cascade around the corner, flooding the passageway up to his knees, pouring over his shoulders, tumbling down towards Marion. They make a strange, organic rustling as they pour, like wet leaves. There must be millions of them. The spiders would probably be much more effective if she was at all afraid of them. It's too bad, as she's just learned a great deal about this entity, that they have history together, and that it personally dislikes her, and that it apparently has a humanoid mouthpiece and a lousy imagination. But she has only a second before the cascade of arachnids overcomes her. and that's not enough time to even write a single word. Moreno's death, then, was for nothing. She steps backwards, over the threshold. The rain is finally easing off. Marion lights a cigarette and heads back to the main building. It's almost time for her scheduled inspection of SCP-3125. Two separate tragedies that seem to only confirm that this war is escalating quite a bit, and the Anti-Memetics Division is certainly not winning. All I can assure you is that we haven't even really gotten to the crazy stuff yet. Stay tuned for the next part. There is no Anti-Memetics Division. Part 5. The Anti-Memetics Division, knowingly and unknowingly, has been at war with a hostile cognitohazard, the likes of which reality has never seen before. They've bought as much time as they could to try to come up with a way to stop it for good, but time has run out, and things are about to get painfully apocalyptic real soon. Let's take a look. Chapter 11. Case Hate Red. If Adam Wheeler gave it some thought, or if someone were to prompt him with the right questions, he could put words around the fact that his existence didn't bring him any satisfaction. He would discover, on introspection, that he's nowhere close, actually, to happy, and that there is something vast and significant missing from his life. But he doesn't give it any thought. There's a void between him and those questions. Objectively, academically, his life is great. As a professional violinist, he does what he loves the most for a living. He has talent, recognition, challenge, variety, applause, a moderate wealth. What is there to question? Why shouldn't he love it? During slower moments, there's a gray worry in the back of his mind. It's there in the minutes right after he wakes up in the morning, before he makes it to the shower. It's there in the dead times backstage when he can't use his phone and there's nothing to do but wait to go on. It perturbs him from time to time that he seems to exist in a kind of long shadow cast by a vast class of thoughts which he is unable to think. For the rest of the time, on a day-to-day basis, his calendar is as busy as he and his manager can make it. He performs, solo and in orchestras. He records, he composes, and teaches. Every week is a different challenge. He keeps busy, and the feeling goes away if he's busy. On the morning of the day that it arrives, while he is brushing his teeth, a tiny black slug falls out of the corner of his eye into the hotel sink. He scratches that eye while drooling foam from his toothbrush. He takes a close look at himself in the mirror. Yep, there's another, fatter one growing in there, its tail protruding from his tear duct. I can do without this, he mutters to himself. He spits, rinses, and then takes a pair of tweezers out of his wash kit. Carefully, he nips the tiny, waving end of the slug and tugs it out. It's no more painful than extracting a nostril hair. He drops it in the sink with its friend and washes them both away, along with the froth of toothpaste. He stares at the plug hole for a long moment. It's like he's forgetting something. He can't bring it to mind. He shakes his head and goes to get dressed. Adam has been on tour with the New England Symphony Orchestra for nearly a month. They're at their final venue, and it's their final night, and Adam has mixed feelings. Touring, for him, is an opportunity to explore a kind of liminal lifestyle, where he can suspend a lot of worldly concerns and just exist as a being who wakes, travels, performs, and sleeps. But as novel as the experience is on paper, 4 weeks of it is grueling. By this stage in the tour, even the most naturally cheerful members of the orchestra have begun to show frayed nerves, and the program has become stale and repetitious. It's long past time for something else. Last night, his manager left messages about plans for upcoming weeks. It's probably time he paid attention to those. Morning rehearsal starts at 11. Adam takes a taxi from the hotel to the venue, bringing his tuxedo and his violin with him. His violin is an heirloom, more than 100 years old, and while he's touring, it never leaves his sight. His tuxedo is just a tuxedo. The concert hall is as close to the center of the city as it gets, at the heart of a rat's nest of busy roads, which means the taxi journey is a slog, even setting out after rush hour. At the stage door, the place is in chaos, but it's only the typical pre-show chaos which Adam has spent much of his professional life navigating. He finishes a quick cigarette outside before joining the bustling flow of technicians, performers, and administrative staff. He finds his way to the dressing room, changes, unpacks his violin, and tunes it. He flicks through tonight's music, more out of boredom than a need to refresh his memory. He has the whole program memorized. With some minutes to kill, he checks the headlines on his phone. Yet again, something dreadful and new which he doesn't understand is going viral. Today's fad is, you paint a black vertical rectangle on the wall, or on a mirror, or over the top of a picture, and then you chant something. Adam can't quite pick out the words of the chant. They're in a language he's not familiar with. He's no singer, but he's performed pieces with lyrics in Latin, German, Greek, French, whereas this language has a bizarre, manufactured sense to it, as if it were simply English with the vowels and consonants all switched around. Rehearsal goes reasonably. Adam long ago swore that he would never coast through a performance, and he plays decently well. But it seems to him as if a lot of the orchestra is distracted. Some cues get missed. He makes meaningful eye contact with the conductor a couple of times, and they share a frustrated look. When they break for dinner, late in the afternoon, the conductor, whose name is Luhan, privately remarks to him, "Their eyes need fixing." Adam doesn't wholly follow. He rubs his own eye with a finger, reflexively. The memory of the morning tries to punch through, but fails. "You mean laser surgery?" Luhan responds with a few incomprehensible syllables and stalks away. The auditorium opens and the seats fill. As ever, there's a brief, gray, dead time while Adam waits for all the machinery of the performance to spin up. The anxious feeling is stronger than usual today. It grips him, an uncharacteristic urge to run away. Sure, he thinks, I could just junk my career right now, pack it in and make for the stage door. Maybe the taxi'll still be there. But he pushes through it. It's just a juvenile fantasy. It's been far too long a tour. One more show and it's over. And finally, it's time, and he's out there, under the spot, in his element. The first piece of the night is Shostakovich. Its first movement is a sedate, haunting, almost melodramatic nocturne. But before too long, the concerto changes gear and becomes energetic, discordant, feral. It's lengthy, too, a real workout, and much of it is brutally difficult to execute. He's on form tonight, close to flawless, and his audience, which he cannot see or hear, seems rapt. 4/5 of the way through the piece, a kind of spell breaks. Something changes in the atmosphere of the auditorium. The temperature in the huge room seems to rise by several degrees. More concerningly and noticeably, the music behind him begins to trail off. The conductor stops too. Perplexed, he continues to play for a moment or two, keeping to his own internal time. But after another moment, it becomes clear that something is wrong, something which everybody can see but him. He steals a glance up from his instrument and finds that Luhan is staring at him. In fact, every musician in the orchestra is staring at him, all of them wearing the same expression of stony, barely contained angst. They've been replaced. The orchestra is gone. All 70 of them. The things which have replaced them are not human, but alien, ill-proportioned pillars of pinkish, brownish flesh. Each has, at its top, a heavy protuberance studded with goopy biological sensors and rubbery openings, and sprouting from the very cap, lengths of various kinds of vile, off-colored moss. They are draped in black and white fabrics, weirdly cut to either conceal or highlight their blobby, inconsistent body structures. Adam reels with fright. He almost falls off the front of the stage. His stomach convulses and he wants to vomit, but a frantic fragment of his brain hasn't panicked yet and tells him, wait, nothing's changed. That's what humans have always looked like, right? What's happening? What's wrong? He glances, petrified, out into the darkness of the audience. The silent energy radiating off them has changed. They've been replaced too, he knows, and they know he hasn't. That's what's wrong. Clutching his violin to his chest, he stumbles across the stage, past the conductor, towards the wing. As he does, the musicians rise slowly from their seats, letting their own musical instruments drop to one side or the other. Adam trips over a cellist's music stand, recovers. The conductor is following him, with the other musicians close behind. Adam reaches the wing. There's a pair of stagehands there waiting for him. They have the same placid, angry expressions as everybody else, and the same set jaws. Adam stops and turns back. His heart feels like it's going to take off. Luhan, or rather, the biped which used to be Luhan, walks right up to him. He's a little shorter than Adam, but much heavier set. Rooted to the spot, not thinking clearly, he holds his violin up as if this will shield him. The conductor takes the instrument from his unresisting hands and breaks its neck underfoot, perfunctorily, as if crushing a box for recycling. Adam backs off, hands raised. He bumps into the disapproving stagehands, who gently and wordlessly try to take hold of his arms. He shakes them off and is just about able to twist past them. He dives into the warren of corridors backstage, and then he runs like hell. 4 floors up, in some remote, poorly lit corridor which hasn't seen regular use in years, he finds a bathroom. He goes in and throws up. This makes him feel a lot better. He washes his mouth out and then lights a cigarette, quickly filling the tiny space with a haze of smoke. That helps too. The adrenaline has run out, and his knees are still wobbling from climbing too many stairs. But it doesn't sound like anybody is closely pursuing him. So in this safe moment, he asks himself a serious question. Did I just have a panic attack? He doesn't know what a panic attack feels like. Having put so much distance between himself and the stage, what happened there feels like a crazed dream, a paranoid hallucination. But no, Luhan broke his violin. That part definitely happened. He remembers it with distressing clarity. His relationship with Luhan has never been much more than tepidly professional, but the man was a professional. To vandalize a precious instrument like that would be unthinkable for him, or anybody in the orchestra. There is something wrong. with everybody, except him. He flicks his cigarette butt into the toilet. He grips the sink and looks at his reflection, and as his eyes slowly force their way back into focus, he realizes with some alarm that what he is looking at is not his reflection. The mirror above the sink has been sloppily painted over with a tall, black, dripping rectangle. It's giving off heat. Staring at it is like staring into an open oven. And he can hear a dull, grumbling, mechanical kind of noise coming from behind it, like distant, muffled wood chippers. He exits the bathroom and slams the door and leans against the far wall, watching the door, as if something could very well open it and come after him. There was another one, he suddenly recalls. Another painted block. This one on the wall in his dressing room, right behind his chair, facing the back of his head. He should have seen it in the mirror whenever he was sitting there, but he didn't. And not only that, there was one in his hotel room. It was painted over the picture hanging over his bed. Did the hotel staff paint it? When? Why? Why is he only remembering this now? The viral video isn't new. Why did he think it was new? It's been circulating for months, for as long as he can remember. Forever. And in every venue when he's been on tour, in every city, on windows and billboards, and in small rooms and liminal spaces, people have been painting these doors. There's a second half to each video. He remembers now. He watched it passively, over and over, and never saw it. Something comes through. It's been leaching into the background of the world this whole time, in plain sight, and he never saw it, and it's here now. He's having a psychotic break. No, that's not what's happening. Something is trying to interfere with the way he thinks. The block symbol is jammed into his mind. He can't dislodge it. He can't think about anything else. He looks back along the narrow corridor down which he just came. The darkness at the far end of it is yet another dark, vertical rectangle. He hears the footsteps of a multitude of people coming from that direction. Not running, just walking briskly enough to harry him. He needs to get out of the building. Get help. The stage door. He takes a confused zigzag route back down to street level. There's nobody in his way, and the stage door itself is unattended. He cracks it open. Night has fallen since the performance began. There's a minor road right outside, behind the concert hall building, a yellow-lit cul-de-sac with a loading bay and some unattended trucks. There's a major road adjoining the minor road, rammed with stationary traffic. Some of the vehicles are indeed taxis, but all of them are unoccupied, and most have their doors left open. There are colossally tall, darkened figures stalking down the streets, so dark and slender that Adam actually fails to notice them. There is screaming, a grotesque, awful screaming coming from many human mouths, coming from somewhere down the main road. But that's the only way he can go. It's everywhere, says his last, sane splinter. Not just the concert hall. It's everyone. As he creeps towards the main road, someone, another occupied former human, pokes their head around the corner, then calls to others in the strange language, pointing him out. He stops in his tracks. In another moment, 10 or 11 non-people are advancing on him from the road. 2 of them are carrying something with them. A limp, badly broken human. A normal human, Adam realizes with some shock, like him. The victim's heavy winter coat is torn open, and his inner clothes are saturated scarlet. When the non-people carrying him catch sight of Adam, they toss the man violently aside into the street, where he lands in a pile against a car wheel. He grunts with pain as he lands, face down, and once he comes to rest, he takes a deep breath and lets out an inhuman, traumatized cry. But he doesn't try to move again. The non-people ignore him. Behind him, Adam hears the stage door swing open again. He doesn't dare glance back. This can't happen, says that last splinter. This is possible, yes. Real things exist which can do this to the world. But it doesn't happen. There's someone whose job it is to protect us from this. We're supposed to be protected. Someone stops it from happening. Someone steps in at the last minute. But the last minute was a year ago, and she died. Marion. Oh, God. Help, he says, to nobody. A feeling of weightlessness rises up in his stomach. Gravity seems to upend and pitch him forward into the waiting arms of the non-people. They restrain him. They spend some time debating what to correct first, his eyes or his fingers. Right up until it starts, he's thinking, hoping, maybe it won't be as bad as all that. Chapter 11. Ara Arun. But it is. They wrestle him to the ground and pin his arm out flat, forcing his fist open to give access to his left index finger. The dread idea is beating on the door of his mind, demanding to be let in. It's wrong. The shape of it is awful, and it's too big and slick with poison, and he knows if he lets it in, it'll swamp everything he is, filling his home up with sludge and broken glass. It wants to drown him in it, and he knows it'll replace everything he is with itself. He knows it's taken the rest of the world already, and all of the people around him, and he holds out, and he continues to hold out right up until one of the people pinning him produces a chisel. Editor's note: a decent amount of this chapter is redacted, so I'll just read the erratic, unredacted parts. Overrides everything else. Yes, he says, yes. He throws the door open. The world is ruined. Beautiful things, and smash them or cover them with filth. Find delightful people and disfigure. We who are drowning in and driven by it, who radiate. They who number in the billions and are. For the engine, in the center of the city, where people can be fed in and the door locked, irreversible, intact and watching. This last splinter of Adam Wheeler starts to work against that which it knows to be wrong. A ray up there, a narrow, yellow, nourishing sunbeam. He follows it, over the top of the walls, and out of the city, away from the core. A kind of thread unravels behind him, an infestation. A black slug drops from his tear duct, falls to the asphalt, and shrivels. He regains consciousness on a hard, scrubbed floor in a wide, cool corridor. He's lying against one wall of the corridor, as if tossed there like a rag doll, with his back to the wall and his right arm stretched out, clenched into such a tight fist that his finger joints are hurting. He releases the fist, gasping. Disoriented, aching, he rolls and plants his other hand on the floor, and it's then that he discovers what's happened to that hand. He reacts as he must react. He clutches the stubs where his first two fingers were, and screams and cries hopelessly at the echoing building. Nobody answers him. The last thing he remembers, he was playing Shostakovich. He was flying through it, unimpeded. In his mind, he can hear what he was playing, note perfect, right up to the instant the memory cuts off. And he can't think of what comes next. Instead, that last, incomplete snippet of music goes around and around in his head, abruptly ending mid-note and slowly fading back in again from a few seconds back. An earworm. He can't jolt himself out of it. He's a stuck record. He can never play again. He tries to make the right shape with his remaining fingers. His hand won't do it. He rubs his eyes with his good hand. He feels like garbage, hungover, dehydrated. He's missing his shirt, and his arms and chest are almost gray with muck. He can never play again. He sits there, huddled for a long while, being small and unhappy and lost. He knows he's going to have to move eventually. He's working his way up to it. He looks up the corridor, eyes gradually recovering. He can see all right without his glasses, as long as he doesn't have to do much reading. He's in a school. There are notice boards, banks of lockers, a rainbow mural. The place is deserted and silent. There is a dull red light coming through the windows in the classroom doors on the far side of the corridor, suggesting that the sun is low on that side of the building, rising or setting. He has taught one-off music lessons in 1 or 2 schools, but he doesn't recognize this one. With some unease, he examines his bad hand. The stumps of his fingers are lumpy and uneven and have healed badly. A mass of scar tissue and scabs, and no stitches in sight, as if the digits were removed with great imprecision, hacked off, or bitten off. It troubles him that he can't remember. His memory is normally so sharp and clear. He thinks he's thinking clearly, but when he concentrates and tries to access the lost time, something in that gap pushes him back. A fierce red heat. It occurs to him that though his severed digits have healed very badly, they have healed. They certainly aren't bleeding, although there's a continual ache. How long would that take? How much time has he lost? What the hell happened? Way down the corridor, away from the classrooms, an office door is standing ajar. In that office, a telephone starts to ring. The office is poky and dimly lit, piled high with paperwork. 2 small desks, battered office chairs. He finds the ringing phone and picks it up. He asks, "Hello," and the synthesized female voice on the other end asks if this is Mr. Wheeler. He says that it is, and asks who this is. With a measured tone, the robotic voice replies that he has been sick for an extended period of time. She will be pleased to answer all of his questions soon, but not now. There is a woman in room W16. She is dying. Adam hesitantly replies that he's not a doctor, but the voice says that she knows. There is nothing he can do to save her. Nevertheless, he must go to her now. Adam says that he feels like he's not the best person to do that. He's not in the best place today. The voice replies that it has to be him. There's no one else. He asks who the woman is. There is a pause. It is as if the entity on the other end of the phone is unable to choose her words. She eventually says that the woman is significant and he should go now. She does not have much time. Adam is at a loss. He doesn't seem to have the strength to not do what he's told. He doesn't have any other direction to go in. The phone handset is corded, or he'd take it with him. He frets a little about not being able to take it with him. He asks the voice if she'll still be here, and she says yes. He leaves the handset off the hook. He goes back along the silent corridor. He finds the door numbered W16 and peeks through the safety glass into the orange-red lit classroom, squinting at the sunlight which floods it from the far windows. It's still not clear to him whether it's dusk or early morning. There is nobody in the classroom that he can see. He opens the door and goes in. There are elaborate, colorful biology posters and coursework displays, desks in disarray, scattered books and felt-tip pens, brightly colored backpacks. He takes a pace or 2 up the central aisle, not seeing what he thinks he should be seeing, and turns around and jumps, startled. There is a huge chalk sketch on the blackboard. a highly realistic rendering of a woman's head and shoulders. He would swear the board was blank when he walked in. The image is moving. It's as if it's being drawn and erased and redrawn 5 or 10 times per second. The woman looks about his age. Her face is framed with masses of hair, although with the negative color effect of being drawn in white chalk on a black background, it's difficult to tell what color her hair ought to be. The one splash of color comes from the thick, bright blue frames of her glasses. She looks distraught, and she seems to be saying something, and though there is no sound, there is text written beside her. His name. He asks, yes, and she says that she remembers everything. The words scrum themselves out and become, I can't forget a single minute of it. More lines come out. Each new thing she says erases the old. She knows everything he did now. She was blind, and he ran rings around her. She made mistake after mistake. He killed everybody she loves, except for Adam. After this, her lips stop moving. The last phrase lingers for longer than the others before scrubbing itself blank. Adam spends a long moment absorbing the final statement, turning it around, trying to figure out where, if anywhere, it slots into his life. He has never seen this woman before. But is that true? He studies her features, and his memory cycles around, and he unearths something deep and significant in his past, a bizarre encounter he hasn't devoted thought to in what feels like a century. Her. That one time at the hospital, remember? You gouged a chunk out of your foot backstage after a show. You spent half a night in the emergency room, and she was there, and you got talking. God, who was she now? A government agent, or at least in that sphere. She was unreal, on a whole other level from me. Tough, skilled, beautiful, sharp like a sapphire. We talked about music, film scores, and the trash which passed for TV sci-fi those days, and David Lynch. It was, well, you don't know that early, but it was promising. But nothing happened. They patched up my foot, and we never went anywhere. Did we? Marion, he breathes. He's almost got it. He holds a hand up, fearful, as if motioning for her to stop. No, this can't be. She says that she sent him away because she was trying to save his life. He remembers. It reconnects all at once. The years upon years of inextricable shared life. There's too much energy there. It crashes through him, violently. It's like grabbing a frayed electrical line. It's like being shot. He stumbles backwards, disbelieving. He never imagined how much he was missing. She says that it didn't work. He asks what happened to her, as he should have been there. Marion just says that he ruined the world, and now Adam has to live in hell. Adam asks where she is, as someone said she was dying. She replies that she's already dead. She's the memory, but now the memory is dying too. He's found his way into heaven, and he's ruining it, like the earth. Adam asks what she means. He'll stop her. He'll help her. He'll do anything he can, as he loves her. She says nothing. After a moment or two, Adam realizes that her image is frozen. He goes up to it and peers at the chalkboard. Hesitant, his right hand, he reaches out to the heavy chalk shape of her hair and touches it with one finger. He leaves a dark dot. Chalk dust is weird on the board and on his finger. She's just drawn. She's gone. It's all gone. gasps and plants his other hand on the floor, and it's then that he discovers what's happened to that hand. Dear God, he says, staring, uncomprehending at the mangled stubs. In a strange, abstract way, the loss of his first two fingers just doesn't connect with him. It's as if he woke up already accepting it. What the hell happened? He compares his left hand with his right, which mercifully is pristine. He flexes them, mirroring the action as best he can. There could be a little nerve damage in his left hand. He'll have to talk to his specialist. But he should be able to wield a bow. I suppose I'm playing left-handed from now on, he says to himself. Good God. How long is it going to take him to get to the same level of proficiency? A good while. He thinks back. The last thing he can remember is playing Shostakovich. He was flying through it, and he was having no trouble. He can almost hear what he was playing, note perfect, right up to the instant the memory abruptly cuts off. But he can't think of what came next. Instead, that final snippet fades in again from a few seconds back, repeats itself right up to the cutoff point, and stops, almost with an audible click. It's an earworm. He feels like a stuck record. So he does what he always does, hums a different song to displace it. He feels strange. He's hungover, dehydrated. He's missing his shirt, and his arms and chest are almost gray with muck. And he is dying, positively dying for a cigarette. But he feels strangely upbeat, as if he's recovered from a prolonged illness, as if the worst is over. He gets up, eyes gradually recovering. He can see all right without his glasses, as long as he doesn't have to do much reading. The classroom is silent, lit red-orange from a sun which could be rising or setting. There are elaborate, colorful biology posters and coursework displays, desks in disarray, scattered books and felt-tip pens, brightly colored backpacks. The blackboard is blank. Adam has taught one-off music lessons in one or two schools, but he doesn't immediately recognize this one. Way down the corridor from the classroom, an office door is standing ajar. In that office, a telephone starts to ring. The office is poky and dimly lit, piled high with paperwork. There are two small desks, each with a beaten-up office chair. Each desk has a phone, one of which is off its hook. He puts it back, obeying a hardwired instinct to tidy up. It's the other phone which is ringing, though, of course. He says hello, and a synthesized female voice asks if this is Mr. Wheeler. He says that it is, and asks who it is. With a measured tone, the robotic voice says that before they begin, does the name Marion Hutchinson mean anything to him? He replies not as such, and asks if it should. The synthesized voice makes it impossible to tell whether the caller is dismayed at this, indifferent, or relieved. No, she says. Her name is Ulrich, and she's part of an organization called the Foundation. The objective of the Foundation was to prevent what has happened from happening. Adam turns around, suddenly afraid, but there's nothing behind him. He asks with some trepidation as to what has happened. Ulrich replies that the world has gone to hell. Adam just says, "Bad luck there." There's a long pause, long enough that Adam wonders to what insane degree he might have understated the situation. She finally says yes, very bad luck. They need his help, and by we, she means she needs his help, because there is no one left of the Foundation but her, and she has no one but him, and she is dying. He replies that he's very sorry to hear that, and he finds that he means it. He chooses his next words with some care, and asks what she needs. Ulrich replies that she needs him to find a man named Bartholomew Hughes. She tells him to take a seat, as she'll explain everything. Chapter 12. Unthreaded. Marion Wheeler used strong Nestic medication nearly every day of her life. Among the identity warriors of Mobile Task Force Omega Zero, Ara Arun, it was never in doubt that, on the occasion of her death, she would ascend into the noosphere. She would become a Vader-Ramjan infomorphic entity, or a Type 6 volitional spiritual apparition, or a ghost, or however she wished to describe her new self. Then she would join the citizens of heaven and continue the Anti-Memetics Division's fight from higher ground, likely with fearsome effectiveness. But Marion died under terrible circumstances. The Class Z drug which killed her did more than reinforce her memory. It destroyed her ability to do anything but remember. She ascended, arriving in the noosphere to a hero's welcome. But what arrived was an idea form so severely brain damaged that it was barely able to communicate. After she was made as comfortable as possible and an initial diagnosis had been made, Sanchez offhandedly described her as a Swiss watch filled with glue. Ulrich yelled at him for saying it and would have hit him for his callousness. "How can she make it to heaven sick?" she said. "Isn't that just hell?" The director apologized, in the corporate, false way in which he always apologized for anything. "How much more does she have to go through?" Ulrich said. "Who deserves this life?" It hurt all of them. Regardless of personal investment in the mission, it was difficult not to care for someone whom they had watched and guarded for years. They continued to take care of her the same way they always had. Ships. Marion, dimly aware of her condition, worked against the problem in the instinctive, fierce way she worked against every problem. She slowly became more coherent, but never became herself again. Ulrich, on her ships, saw that Wheeler spent most of her existence reliving her final moments over and over. She would recite what seemed to be half of a conversation with SCP-3125 itself, a conversation which several of Omega Zero said they recognized from Operation Cold City. Ideas can kill. Ulrich asked Marion where Bart Hughes is, as he's the only one who can stop this now. They know he's alive, or he'd be here with them. She begs Marion for just a hint. She was trying. Ulrich knew that she was trying to say, "I don't know. I can't remember something I never knew in the first place." But all she could manage was, "with better ideas." Sanchez told Ulrich to keep pushing her, at least once per shift. Ulrich argues that the questioning is causing her considerable distress. They know she doesn't know anything, and it's cruel to keep trying. Sanchez replies that SCP-3125 is coming. With the quick arm of the Anti-Memetics Division eliminated, there's nothing left which can stop it. Their real-world investigative capabilities are negligible. Hughes' sister doesn't know anything, and this is their sole remaining lead. He knows that she admires Mary more than anything. Ulrich says that she mentored her, drove her to be the best person she has ever been. She honored her memory when she died, when even her own family wouldn't. They are the saints who guard, and she will guard her. Sanchez paused. Ulrich's devotion to Marion, and the lesser devotion of the others, irked him mildly. He viewed Marion as competent enough, but ultimately a failure. She was as much of a failure as everybody else in the division, with the only uninteresting distinction being the last of the failures. But he was vulnerable to the kind of rhetoric Ulrich just employed. It stoked the kind of fire inside him. Heaven knew he used it in his own communications often enough, for exactly the same purpose. He concedes and says that the trawl in reality is continuing. There's a faint chance they'll find something of substance. He tells her to carry on as she was, with no question. SCP-3125 incarnated the didn't have an iota of faith in what he was saying. He couldn't see a way to the far side of this. It was about little more than survival now. It was about figuring out terms on which to face death. Ulrich never saw him again. She fled, with Marion and the others in their little sub-team across the face of a noosphere which was rapidly becoming uninhabitable. The world was warping around SCP-3125's presence in the core of human thought, like real space around a black hole. It was building things, real, visible artifacts in the center of cities. It was extruding them as if from spores, monumental concrete structures in which people were being fed in dizzying numbers. It was difficult to know what was happening inside the structure. Some of the millions were dying, some weren't. Ulrich didn't look. They found out the ugly way that it was dangerous to look closer. The sub-team was steadily running out of ammunition. It could have been a systematic purge, but it could just as easily have been simple statistics. Roving physical and psychic anomalies, vast in their own right, enslaved to SCP-3125, were combing the Earth, stripping it of objectives and feeding them into SCP-3125's maw. Ulrich's own anchor, a woman who had never known what the Foundation was but who remembered Ulrich with a heavy heart nearly every day, was killed around that time. Found in the hills where she'd been hiding, dragged down to the inferno. Ulrich wasn't looking. She didn't find out until it was too late. She felt the thread of memory come loose, followed, panicking, past its flapping end and down into visible reality, where there was nothing. A collapsed tent, a scuffed-out fire pit where everything important had been piled up and burned. Who was she? Another Omega-0 operative asked her. Ulrich had never spoken about her. I only knew her for 2 days, Ulrich said. When I was younger, she saved my life. That's all. This was it. She was a career Foundation member, an experienced mobile task force operative, for God's sake. She had gone through unimaginable horrors and stacked them up as experience and kept going. But this, Julia's tent and silence, no Julia, was the worst thing she had ever seen. Short of hope and resources, the sub-team had to split again, this time into pairs. Ulrich stayed with Mary, clinging to her like a rock, remembering her and being remembered in turn. A cooperating pair could survive untethered for a little while, but not forever. They found shelter on a distant edge of the noosphere, in a clutch of arcane structures left there millennia earlier by a long-dead human culture. They were followed, though they didn't realize. One night, Marion managed to talk. She said, Adam. It was the first thing she had managed to say, which wasn't a direct quote from her own inspiring moments. Ulrich was shocked by this, asking if she remembers it. The sentence came out agonizingly slowly, as if each syllable was like climbing a mountain. She remembers everything. Ulrich stared. She knew that Class Z nestings made it impossible for the subject to forget. She also knew that they could cause long-erased memories to reassert themselves. Some of them, anyway, depending on the mechanism and intensity of the erasure process. She had hoped that Marion's memories of her husband were permanently gone, because she knew they ended in a terrible place. Ulrich had to tell Marion that she doesn't know where Adam is. It was the truth. Nobody did. Omega-0 operatives had, with some solemnity, observed the erasure of Adam Wheeler's mind. But out of respect for Marion's decision and to preserve Adam's safety, they had intentionally diverted their attention during his relocation, destroying the records. He might be alive, she says, but she doesn't know. She didn't know which alternative was worse. Marion tells her to look. She was holding something in her hands, pitiful, glowing idea form, a thought of someone. It was him. A thread of memory which led right to him. It was some kind of miracle. It had to be. That Marion had picked him out from the livid, insensate mass of victims which now formed SCP-3125's core. He was nearly unrecognizable. He was overrun with SCP-3125. At first glance, it seemed to occupy every nerve in his body. But there was a flickering seed in the back of his mind, a final remnant of what he had once been. It wasn't growing. There was too much pressure. But he was trying to. He was pushing back. Ulrich boggled. She had known that there was something weird and highly rare about the way Adam Wheeler's mind was structured, a kind of thick-skulled resistance to external interference. In fact, she knew that thousands and thousands of people in the world shared that immunity. But that was another way of saying that among the billions, such people were fantastically rare and difficult to locate. Efforts by Omega Zero to locate them and recruit them as allies had failed. They did not look special or behave radically different from others. There was no signal flare which went up. It was possible that they were all dead. It was conceivable that Adam Wheeler was the only one of them left in the whole world. But he was left. He was alive. Ulrich says that she sees him, but Marion doesn't respond. Ulrich tells her that she'll get him out of there. Her stomach was knotting up with the sheer thought of attempting it. Marion doesn't respond. 6 original, coherent words had exhausted her. She was crazed with frustration at how incapable she had become. She felt as if she was pinned beneath a huge lead block of memory. It hurt to think. It hurt to exist. Ulrich's ability to interact with the physical universe was extremely limited. Other operatives of Omega Zero had been able to create full-on poltergeist activity, changing the temperatures of rooms and throwing furniture around, but she was not that kind of specialist. She could do little more than place phone calls and write on walls. Those abilities weren't likely to get Adam Wheeler moving. Simple words were never going to reach him. The man wasn't even truly conscious. What Ulrich could do was something the task force dubbed identity offense. She could interfere with the internals of living minds to make things happen. Usually enemies. Usually the mental equivalent of blunt force trauma, to make them die. But she could act with surgical precision if it was called for. Operating on Adam Wheeler was difficult and time-consuming. His mind was tough, and it was continually bathed in SCP-3125's radioactive presence. Ulrich would cut, and then wait as Adam's mind self-healed, which took days, and then she would cut again. The seedling metaphor served well. The operation reminded her of Henry's plan. If nothing else, the whole procedure took real-time weeks. Patience required to keep her hands off for days at a time was nearly inhuman. Marion said nothing else at that time. She was conserving energy. It felt as if she had a finite number of words left in her, and speaking each one brought her an inch closer to the end. She had to wait. Ulrich assures her that he'll be here soon. Now, Ulrich watches from a great abstract distance as Adam Wheeler folds up. Marion Wheeler is dead. Finally. Truly dead. And Adam Wheeler's mind is breaking apart. It's an awful and incredible thing to watch. Even passing into the maw of SCP-3125 and back wasn't enough to permanently break it. But this was it. The silver bullet. This was the way to hurt Adam Wheeler in such a way that he would never recover. Present his wife to him, a brain-damaged wreck, just in time for her to die. Ulrich writes on the blackboard, off to one side so as to not mar the image of Marion, and in different handwriting, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Adam, please come back to the phone. I need your help." Adam is prostrate on the floor and becoming catatonic. He doesn't hear it when Ulrich tries calling the other office phone, the one on the other desk. And she too is dying now. She and Marion were anchoring one another as best they could, but it's the end of the line. She has, perhaps, hours. "All right," she says to no one. There is no one else left. She rolls up her figurative sleeves. This will not be too difficult for her. Adam Wheeler's revived memories of his wife shine inside him, and around the edge she can see the faint scar where they were burnt out the first time. She has a better vantage point. She can do a cleaner, more permanent job. This will hurt, just as much as it did then. Adam, face down, says that he needs her and begs her not to take her. Ulrich writes, "You need to save the world. There's nobody else." Adam doesn't look up, but he says, "To hell with the world. It can burn." He recovers a second time. He's fine, upbeat, game, eager to get moving. She explains everything she can. Tersely, just the key words. The foundation, the anti-memetic solution, the situation, the objective. He absorbs it all surprisingly well. He asks cogent follow-up questions, which is always a positive sign. He asks about the thread of memory which was sustaining Ulrich, and if he counts, as he'll remember her. She replies that his memory could be strong enough, but he just doesn't know her well enough. Ulrich tells him in detail how to find Site 41. It's going to be an immense trek, made significantly longer by Adam's need to avoid urban areas. She describes the anti-memetic shroud which obscures Site 41 and most other Foundation sites. A shroud she and the rest of Omega Zero found to be totally impenetrable. A shroud which Adam, if he prepares himself, may be able to walk straight through. She warns him about the psychotic hurricane-like anomalies and the violent, roaming agglomerations of SCP-3125 occupied non-humans. She describes a few techniques for avoiding their attention. She decides not to voice her private hope that, as a recent escapee from SCP-3125's interior, Adam will still smell right to them and be able to pass. She doesn't want him becoming overconfident and incautious. She explains basic survival skills. Adam says that he hikes and camps. Still, he has never hiked or camped in an occupied foreign world. He has never gone months without electricity and plumbing. They find that they have plenty to talk about. They're on the phone for long enough that Adam notices that the red sun outside the office window isn't moving. It hasn't risen. It hasn't set. Either the world stopped turning completely, or the thing hanging out there isn't the sun. Ulrich has to tell him that she doesn't know. There was a foundation which could answer this question once. Adam says that it seems like this foundation had the world's better interests at heart. In heaven, Ulrich laughs weakly. The foundation was never so simple, she says. Adam replies that he senses that they're coming to the end of their time together. She agrees. Adam says that the odds stacked against her were tremendous, but she saved his life. And the odds stacked against him are still appalling, but significantly better thanks to her. He'll do his level best, and he'll remember her, even if it doesn't make a difference. Ulrich tells him to kill this thing, and to not hesitate when he gets the chance. Adam says aye, and at the same time, someone behind Ulrich laughs sharply once. She turns. There's a man there, standing with her in the noosphere. A gaunt, young younger man with an awful, open-mouthed grin. He has been waiting, silently and excitedly, for an unknowable amount of time for Ulrich to notice him. And now that she does, he gets everything he could possibly want from her reaction, a rush of delectable horror and alarm. Then he cuts her off, killing her instantly before she can get one syllable of warning to Adam. Adam hears nothing. A faint click, and then a dial tone. He hangs up. It seems that Marion Wheeler is now well and truly gone, and it's up to Adam to save the world. You have to hand it to the guy, as he now woke up with a mangled hand and no memories of his wife or the Foundation, and is told by a voice on the phone that the world needs saving and only he can do it. He pretty much is fine with it, of going up against an immense, hostile cognito hazard controlling the world and everything in it, with the goal of killing it. We'll see how his trek fares, and if he finds Bartholomew Hughes in the next part.